Assalamu alaikum, shalawama, Islam to all the Moors. Welcome, 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 everyone. So listen, I decided to change the pace, maybe for one or two lessons, one or two classes, however long it takes. I want to go through the topic, the evidence that Jesus, JC, the Christ figure, was not crucified. And I'm doing it because of all of the hoopla that's going on over the internet about Billy Carson. And so if y'all know him, or if you like him, send him this video. So this is the Devil's Pulpit. All right, you see my copy is beat up. It's beat up because it got wet during rainy season, maybe a year or two ago. But anyway, this is the Devil's Pulpit. You see Astro-Theological Sermons. The author is the Reverend Robert Taylor. All right, y'all. And this book was published in 1857. 1857. Y'all should read the biography, his autobiography, or the sketch of his life. Also read the sections on Freemasonry, so you can see what they did to this man for revealing this information. He was a high-level Freemason. Not only was he a high-level Freemason, but he was at the top. According to him, he made it to the top, and he possessed, I think he was one of two people who possessed a document that revealed all of the details of this. So anyway, this got him locked up twice. They took all his money, destroyed his reputation. They did everything they could to LLIK him. That's backwards. Okay, y'all? Everything that they could. Everything they could to publicly discredit and humiliate him for revealing this information. Okay? So this man is credible. This book was published in 1857, but these sermons were given in the late 1820s to early mid 1830s. So the modern day arguments don't have anything to do with this author. All right, he gave it to you like a TI is. And you need to ask yourself, why have you not heard of the Devil's Pulpit if you haven't heard of it? And 99% of the people have not heard about it rather. So this is what Billy Carson should, if he's going to make those claims, he should make those claims based upon the astro-theological information. All right? And the best source, in my opinion, is the Devil's Pulpit. So let's begin with the chapter on the crucifixion of Christ, page 209. So what is this topic about? This topic, I guess I should say, reveals. I don't want to say it's an expose, because it's not. It reveals the origin of all of the solar religions, so that would include Christianity and Judaism. And the origin of them traced back to the stars, specifically the solar zodiac projection. Okay, that's what it's called, the solar zodiac. This is the modern day zodiac that everybody knows. All right? It all traces back to that and the mythological stories that are associated with them. So in other words, Christianity is just a remix of the zodiac, the solar zodiac, and the mythology. Okay, y'all? Now we're going to get into it. I hope y'all enjoy this lesson. And let me say this too. This is not the end of the story, because the solar zodiac projection with its 12 constellations, 12 zodiac signs, and the sun going through its, as they say, it's going through the circle or the old path, which is the Mazara, which is the ecliptic. This is a remix of the circumpolar zodiac. Okay? It's a remix of that. So the solar zodiac projection is not ancient. It is not ancient. It was introduced by the Osirians somewhere around 4,000 to 4,000 BC to 4,500 BCE, according to their chronology, according to their time. Okay, y'all? And it was brought in through warfare. Through warfare and public policy that was meant to strip the ancient Sabian Moors and others, okay, all of the autochthonous people. This is a long story, y'all. We've been thoroughly deceived and lied to about nationalities, everything, okay? But this was ushered in through warfare and through public policy that was meant to denationalize the Sabian Moors, who were the house of Yasharallah, who still are Egyptians or Kemetic people. We've been lied to about that. But just keep that in mind. So that's the circumpolar zodiac projection, which is so old that nobody can even estimate the age of it. Millions, billions of years old. Okay, y'all? With the great mother Typhon, the celestial ship of the north, the celestial ship of life, the Ark of Noah, and the 7 stars called the Great Bear. Okay, today it's called the Big Dipper. From which time and everything that moves, movement and life has its origin. And from the north to the south celestial pole, we get the tree of life. There's a pole, okay? And it's shaped as a pyramid or a triangle. All right, but we're not going to focus on the circumpolar zodiac projection right now. We're going to focus on the solar zodiac projection and the mythology associated with it, okay? The stars and the mythology associated with it. And our focus is going to be the crucifixion of Christ. All right, so let me show y'all the chapter. Y'all see it? Hold on. I still haven't figured out how to deal with this wide screen, how to get rid of it. I got rid of it once, but I haven't been able to do it again. Y'all see it? Everybody see that? The Devil's Pulpit, the crucifixion of the Christ. The link to this PDF, it's free, is in the description area of the video. All right, y'all. So let's get into it. Let your friends know that I'm live and I'm about to give it up. I'm about to give up the game, y'all. So here we go, all right? So I'm going to read and comment in the same style that I'm known to do, all right? So the Devil's Pulpit, quote unquote, and a Bonnie Pulpit it is. This is a quotation from Alan Cunningham. The crucifixion of the Christ, a Good Friday sermon, that's astrological, whether you know it or not. A Good Friday service, a sermon. And then it has here an asterisk. It says, persecuted for blasphemy. Persecuted for blasphemy. Why? We need to read and find out. Okay, let's dig into it. Preached by His Highness Chaplain, the Reverend Robert Taylor, B.A., at the Rotunda Blacks Friars Road, November 14th, 1830. Okay, y'all, 1830. So what this man is going to present has nothing to do with any modern day arguments or beefs, okay? He opens up with a quote from Matthew chapter 27, verse 42. Quote unquote, he saved others, himself he cannot save. If he be the king of Israel, let him now come down from the cross. Let him come down from that cross. And we will believe him. So what is this saying? This is saying that if he can get himself off that cross, that's powerful evidence that he is the Son of God. That's what it's saying, right? Now, I want y'all to, as we go through this, I want y'all to think about that. Is it more powerful, more convincing evidence for JC to come off the cross and everybody sees it, or for him to stay on the cross and die? Everybody see him die. He doesn't get resurrected. And what's ultimately going to happen? 3 days later, there's a rumor that he gets resurrected. Now, some of you Christian and Hebrew Israelite Christians might say, well, so-and-so were eyewitnesses and they said it. But from the perspective of someone who is not an eyewitness, it's a rumor. Okay, y'all? The question is, what is the most powerful evidence, right, for him to be seen coming off that cross? Or a rumor 3 days later that he came off the cross. Anyway, let me stop my commentary. Let me show you this again. So he gives you the verse in the Greek, all right, and in the English. There we are. Okay, now that's the purpose of that verse being there. Okay, so we have to use our critical thinking mind. Okay, not just deal with what's said, but also ask our question, why is it there? What does it add to the story? What does it add to the importance or to the message, okay? The topic is the crucifixion of the Christ. Let's get into the text now. Was not this a blasphemous, cruel taunt? Get off the cross. Then we'll believe you. Isn't that blasphemous? Isn't that cruel? You see that man suffering? To cast in the teeth, if he had any teeth, of the poor bleeding lamb. The poor bleeding lamb, of course, is JC, the Christ figure, the Lamb of God, which traces back to the constellation Aries, the zodiac sign Aries, the east gate. Aries, which is the Lamb of God. JC is the Lamb of God. Okay, y'all? C.M. Bay in The Clock of Destiny, Volume 2, tells us that a Moor who is dead, civilly dead, Civiliter Mortuus, is lying with his head in the east gate, which is Aries, the Lamb of God, which means his mindset is the solar zodiac system, right? The solar zodiac. If he doesn't know about the solar zodiac, his mindset is in the solar religions, which is Judaism and Christianity. That's his mindset. He's governing his life by that, okay? By Christianity, Judaism, or the solar zodiac. And his feet are in the west gate, which is Libra, which is Libra, which are the scales of justice, which means that he is civilly dead. Why? Because he's in the curses. Deuteronomy 28, verse 14 through 68. He is in the curses. He has been denationalized. His birthright has been taken away from him. It is what it is, y'all. It is what it is, okay? And when the Moor stands up erect, means he comes back to full life. His head is now representing the North Pole, the North Celestial Pole, which is a circumpolar zodiac projection, which is the Great Mother Typhoon, which is the origin of time and movement, the origin of all beginnings, the origin of all cycles, the origin of life, and which is where you and I come from, as autochthonous Moors sprung from the soil, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. This is why we are the law, according to law. All right, according to law. Y'all make sense of it. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. The Most High made man from the dust of the ground. Dust of the ground, that's land. Land is the substance. Well, let me say that again. Land and law are inseparable. This is a well-established principle in law. Therefore, land is the substance and subject matter of the law. When you look up land in a law dictionary, you will see Moor, M-O-O-R, which is our nationality. Okay, so Moors and land are inseparable. Therefore, Moors are the substance and subject matter of the law, which is why we were able, based upon natural law, to create the Constitution, the organic Constitution for the United States of America, right? Everybody putting this together? That's why in the preamble, our forefathers said that they created it and ordained it. Okay, they created it and ordained it. Okay, why? Because we have that authority. We are the law. You cannot give what you don't have. Y'all see it? But our ancestors knew this. That's why we put the 3 branches of government together. Article 3 and Article 10. Okay, the reserved rights of the people in case they screw it up. We retain the power and it's on paper. Because we had to put things on paper when dealing with these foreigners. Okay, y'all? So anyway, let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. So we're talking about the blasphemous, cruel taunts of the made to the Lamb when the people said, "Come on off of it, right? Get off that cross if you God." Of whom on this holy day, remember this is Good Friday, on whom this holy day 100,000 Christians, quiet, as innocent as lambs, are singing that pretty stave, quote unquote. Here's what they're singing. Lo, streaming from the fatal tree, his all-atoning blood, is this the infinite? 'Tis he, my Savior and my God. All right? So this author likes to introduce poems and songs in his works. I don't like it. I don't really understand it. I'm not like the literary type. Maybe some of y'all can appreciate this. But remember, this is going back to 1830, so be patient, okay? Next paragraph. And I say, my God too. But he's saying my God for a different meaning, right? It has a different meaning. And I say, this is the author. The author says, and my God. But ere I give you any comment of my own, you shall have the text itself of the Christian doctrine to the full chorus of the evangelical orthodoxy, quote unquote. Well might the sun sun in darkness hide, Y'all see, that's astrological. The sun, the darkness is the great abyss, right? The celestial abyss. And veil his glories in when God, the mighty maker, died for man, the creature, for the creature's sin. So that was taken from Watts Hymns, Book 2, Hymn 9. Okay. All right. There's astrotheology in that, but I'm not going to get into it. The darkness, actually, well, I'll give you this hint. The darkness refers to the circumpolar zodiac projection. Darkness initially was everything you think God is that's good now. The Osirians came in and changed the meaning of darkness to something that's scary, wicked, and evil. Okay, y'all? And the sun and the darkness has reference to what, y'all? I'm just going to give you a hint. I'm not going to go into detail with it. And the light shone in the darkness, but they perceived it not. Darkness, this is something different. Darkness adopted light so that it could be seen. Think about that. Remember, darkness comes from the circumpolar zodiac, which is ancient. The current zodiac and all of its solar religions, including Judaism and Christianity, is a remix of that. In other words, darkness was replaced with light. Okay, and then bad stuff was said about it. I don't know what word to use. Bad stuff was said about darkness. They made you scared of yourself. All right. Anyway, page 210. In the full tide of evangelical declamation, the fathers of our English church, so there's an English church and a Roman Catholic church, okay, y'all? Pursuing to its full extent the dogma of the absolute divinity of Christ, in commemoration of this day, which they call Good Friday, to this effect, addressed their admiring congregation. So let's see what they said to the congregation. Curry back your minds, ye faithful Christians, to the awful scenes of Gethsemane and Calvary. So this is a scenario where JC is going to be put on the cross, okay? Or he's already on the cross. He who suffered on that bitter cross was none other than the creator of the world himself. So this is pushing the Trinity doctrine, right? JC is God. JC is the Father, JC is the Son, right? The Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, okay? Remember 1830. Oh, awful mystery. Yeah, the Trinity is a mystery, right? Because they made it up. But they made that up from the circumpolar zodiac too. But that's another story. Okay? O love divine, there you behold the mighty God, capital G-O-D, and y'all know this word God is a trick bag. It is not ancient, and it dang sure ain't holy, and it most definitely has nothing to do with a creator of the universe. But we get into that later, okay? So the almighty capital G-O-D, God, arraigned as a felon. Now, y'all, a felon is someone who commits a very serious crime against the state. All right? That will result in loss of birthright. And that's what a felony is. Okay? It will result in a loss of birthright or the loss of your life, okay, and imprisonment. One or all of those, okay? That's a felony. At the bar of Pontius Pilate, him who only hath immortality Wait, y'all. Wait. JC has immortality. How can he die? That's the author's point. If you have immortality, how can you die? So if you didn't die, how did you die? For the sins of the world. When you are immortal. Do y'all see it? Him who only hath immortality, tried for his life. Jesus Christ, the righteous, found guilty. Righteous is astrological. It traces back to the fall equinox. It traces back to the fall equinox, where there's 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of night, and Jesus takes on the title of justice. Why? Because whatever you sow is what you will reap. Remember, it's harvest time. All right? It's harvest time. So if you didn't sow, you didn't do all those things that you're supposed to do to get a good harvest, you're not going to have a good harvest, and you're going to suffer and struggle through the winter. If you did those things, you'll have a bounteous harvest and a lot of joy and good times. Whatever you sow, you shall reap. Okay, so Jesus is justice, righteousness. Okay, y'all? Righteous is an abstraction of 12 hours of daylight and 12 hours of night, and doing the work that you're supposed to do to get the reward, which traces back to the Hermetic law of cause and effect. Okay, y'all? So let's keep it going. Him who only has immortality, tried for his life. Jesus Christ, the righteous, found guilty. The author of nature suffered. The author of nature suffered. The immortal, capital G-O-D, God, expired. Was D-E-L-L-I-K backward. Y'all got that? The immortal God expired. The everlasting ceased to be. The eternal was no more. The great I am was not. The living God was dead. There was a radical reform in the kingdom of heaven. The borrowmongers who turned out the Jure, J-U-R-E, divino, D-I-V-I-N-O, ship, interesting, ship, S-H-I-P of God. Isn't that interesting? The Jure, divino ship of God himself was no longer respected. Quote unquote, God over all was put under, blessed forevermore, was no more blessed. Holy, 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 which means light. Holy means light, y'all. It means sunlight, okay? Holy means sunlight. Holy, holy, holy was wholly kicked out. Was wholly kicked out. Quote unquote, Jehovah's awful throne was declared vacant. Now y'all don't get scared. Don't start talking about that ain't what your doctrine says. We're using our critical thinking mind. Okay? Let's continue. These are outcomes or consequences that had to have been. If he's dead, right? And the provincial government devolved into the hands of that vulnerable old Republican Lieutenant General Beelzebub. What did he just say? God died, so the kingdom government that everybody's waiting for would have gone to, Satan would have had a chance to take it. He would have had a chance to take over the government. Why? Because God is dead. Who's going to stop him? That's the author's point. Who can stop him? So the issue is, was God dead? And this has nothing to do with the argument or with the evidence. This is not the strongest evidence. Okay. This is not the strongest evidence at all. Okay. So, but anyway, let's continue. But I hope y'all follow what the author is communicating here. Next paragraph. Such is not more than the consecutive tissue of absurdity, which imagination must necessarily attach to that first and primordial absurdity. The evangelical Watts has consecrated in those words, quote unquote, God, capital G-O-D, the mighty maker died. For man's sins. God died for his creation's sins. That don't make no sense. That's why the author is saying it's absurd. How can someone who is immortal, who cannot die? That's the author's point. How can someone who cannot die, he's immortal, how can he die? That's like saying that the Christian who believes that, when they die, they become immortal, all of a sudden, for some reason, your life can be taken away from you. And God ain't going to be seen a liar. So in that case, you're not immortal at all. This is the author's logic, okay, y'all? Let's continue. Nor does it exceed the license of the catechesis, which, in an extemporaneous babbler in a gospel shop, would be allowed to come within the propriety and solemnity of a most spiritual and sublime sermon. Next paragraph. But if we believe the cracking stretch of imagination, I really like the way this author expresses himself. When you read him, if you're honest with yourself, you have to admit that this man is right. And he says it in such a funny way. All right? But anyway, let's continue. But if we may relieve the cracking stretch of imagination, get serious, y'all. Let's get serious. By borrowing so much psychic from reason, let's get serious. Let's use our critical thinking mind, as may work us into coolness. In other words, he's saying your rational mind, look at this with your faculty of critical thinking, and that's going to make that emotional side of you calm down. It's going to cool it off. You ain't going to be so hot. Okay? You'll be able to see things as they are, not the way you want them to be, which is based on your doctrine. All right, y'all? So that's what the author said. Now let's continue. By imagining so much of the story only to be true, you imagine it to be true. What is this, y'all? This is narrative transportation. Narrative transportation, where you read a story, watch a movie, and you get so into it that it appears real to you. You block everything else out. And then, because you have the ability to create your own reality, this is called manifesting, popularly today, you begin to manifest these stories. They become real in your life, and you begin to live your life by them. Okay, y'all? And so, yes, you believe 100% that they're real. Well, guess why you believe? Because you made them real, okay? Through your ability to create your own reality based upon your thoughts. Okay, y'all? In other words, you done brainwashed yourself. Okay, they gave you the information, knowing how the mind works. They kept that information from you. It's only held in the mystery schools, secret societies, or if you can figure it out, right? If you can figure it out, like some of us, we figured it out. Okay, y'all, let's keep going. And actually, if you do enough research and you have a mindset open, an open mind, you'll eventually find this information. Okay, there's nothing mystical and magical about any of this stuff. Okay, it just depends on your state of mind. All right, your state of mind. Okay, so here we go. Here we go. All right, so as may work into us coolness by imagining so much of the story only to be true, as will admit of being imagined to be true. That's narrative transportation, which God knows, capital G-O-D knows, is very little of it. He's referencing back to this, all traces back to the solar zodiac projection. The solar zodiac projection is a remix of the celestial ship of the north, which is you, autochthonous Moors, which is you and your origin, okay, which has been defamed and disgraced and given new meanings, all of them which are dirty, wicked, and evil, and replaced by the solar zodiac projection and Christianity and Islam and Judaism and all of that. Anyway, let's keep it going. Why then, in the case of one who had given himself out to be some great one, okay, you're talking trash, right? You're saying that you're the GOAT, who had pretended that in some supernatural sense he was come from God and went to God. Y'all hear what he's saying? That he who had really wrought miracles, healed the sick, and raised the dead, now seeing himself to have need of a Savior. This is why the religious leaders told JC, let me go back to Matthew chapter 20, verse 27. He saved others. Himself he cannot save. So they're challenging him, right? They're challenging him to save himself. If he be the king of Israel, if you are the GOAT, if you're really the son of God, a GOAT is greatest of all time. I like boxing, so that's the term that's used in boxing, okay? So if he be the king of Israel, Isis, Ra, and El, Isis, the constellation Virgo, which traces back to the Great Mother. The Great Mother is Typhoon. The celestial ship of the north, the Thigh. Ra is the S-U-N sun. Okay, so the Ra deities in Kemet, Amun-Ra, etc. El, which is the S-U-N sun, which is also Saturn, which has been remixed into something extremely negative, which has been remixed into Hashatan, the Satan. Saturn initially is Sut, S-U-T, who is the first-born son of the Immaculate Mother, the Great Mother Typhoon. Firstborn son, referencing the Hermetic Laws, the Hermetic Law of gender. See, all of the transformed things, the constellations and everything else, were primarily feminine energy. having masculine energy, but primarily feminine. But it was not until Soot, the dog star, was formed that something came into the physical realm that was primarily masculine energy. Has nothing to do with the penis and vagina. It has nothing to do with that, y'all. Synonyms are negative and positive energy. Anode, cathode, okay? Feminine, masculine. But since the autochthonous Moors originate from the thigh of the Great Bear, the Mother Typhoon, that's where we originate. So we are masculine and feminine. Y'all got it? Masculine. So the sun with the womb is primarily feminine. The sun without a womb is primarily masculine. Y'all get it? Everybody got it? So animals are male and female. Humans are male and female. Okay, let's get that together. All right, so now let's continue. So that's Isis, Ra, and El. And I want to make that distinction between Isis, Ra, and El and the House of Yasharallah. The House of Yasharallah is a bloodline group of people. Okay? Isis, Ra, and El, Israel, is a compound word. Okay? Representing deities and mythological deities and stars. Okay, y'all got that? Everybody see that? So I'm trying to give you this information so that you can get off that JC juice and come back to reality. Okay, I'm referencing Mark chapter 4, I think it's verse 12. So now let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. Page 210. Page 210. So why then, in the case of one who had given himself out to be someone great, that's JC, I'm the GOAT, I'm the Son of God. Now we're talking about the historical JC. I don't want to offend anyone, okay? One who pretended that he had really wrought miracles, healed the sick, and raised the dead. I find this very interesting. He pretended. Why is the author saying he pretended? Why does the author say that? In some supernatural sense, he was come from God and went to God. Well, guess what, y'all? You know who comes from, quote unquote, God? Now remember, God is not an ancient term. God is a fairly modern term. It references back to Odin, the Germanic deity Odin, who becomes Woden. It may be Woden becomes Odin, who becomes God. In other words, it's the same word spelled differently. In other words, it's the same Germanic deity, but his name is spelled differently. For example, John, for example, John, John, becomes John, Jon, and then Jon becomes Johnny, Johnnny, or something like that. And then Johnny becomes John, John. That's what we're dealing with this word God. It has other meanings too. It's dog spelled backwards. It's good with one of the O's deleted because you don't need a double vowel. God is a verb transitive. Okay, God also has a meaning where it is an invocation. Okay, this word God is a trick bag. All right, It has been used to replace Elohim. And guess who the Elohim are? Guess who the gods are? Guess who this is talking about? He was come from God and went to God. Who is that talking about? Now, right now, we're in the solar zodiac projection. And as I told you, the solar zodiac projection, with its solar religions, trace back to, or are a remix of the solar, of the circumpolar zodiac projection. So guess who they're talking about? The constellation called the Great Bear. So the Great Mother Typhoon, the Great Mother Nature, she forms the Great Bear, today called the Big Dipper. And in the thigh region of the Big Dipper, guess who comes out? All of everything that's seven. The seven suns, with and without wombs. Okay? This is the origin of time, cycles, a revolution, time, cycles, movement, life. We come from there. And when we leave this fleshly body, we go back. Let me say this. The Great Bear, the Great Mother Typhoon, is called the Gynamatrix, the celestial Gynamatrix. Okay, so they stole our story, our reality. That's where the autochthonous Moors come from. That's why you are, let me make sure you understand this. You must understand this. You are celestial if you are sprung from the soil. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Period. Why do I say it? Why do I say it? The first Hermetic law is mentalism. I'm telling y'all how they stole your story, your history, okay, and then blinded you with the JC Jews. The first Hermetic law is a law of mentalism. All of the other Hermetic laws come from mentalism. Okay, y'all got that? Man is thought made manifest from the soil. We get this from Noble Drew Ali. He brought that knowledge back to us. I didn't say he created it. I said he brought it back to us. Okay? Man is thought made manifest from the soil. Thought is a function of the mind. So who are you? If thought is a function of the mind, and mind is the first Hermetic law, consciousness, all intelligence, all imagination, okay, it is everything. Man is thought made manifest from the soil, right? So where did it come from? Now remember, I'm not getting off track. I'm just telling y'all the story. The Hermetic law of mental gender, primarily feminine, forms the Great Bear. Okay? From the Great Bear in the thigh area of the Great Bear comes out man. Comes out man from the stars. Through what? Through the Gynamatrix. The womb. And this is why, in my opinion, when we talk about Hebrew, we're not talking about, well, let me rephrase that. Let me correct that. The Hermetic law of correspondence. As above, so below. As below, so above. But it happens above first. It happens celestially first. And then it happens on the earth plane. Y'all heard? Everybody get that? Everybody get it? So man comes out of the Gynamatrix. Then he is formed from the soil. Okay? And because man is thought made manifest from the land, even before that, man is thought made manifest. That's our first Hermetic law. This explains why land and law are inseparable. It explains why Moors are land by lawful definition. So this is why Moors and land are inseparable, right? Therefore, birthrights pass from what? Pass through bloodlines. It explains that, okay? That's the explanation. So Moors and land are inseparable. Moors are land, okay? Therefore, Moors are the substance and subject matter of the law. Okay? This is where we get the reversionary rights of estate from. Once you wake up, take your head out of Aries, stand up. Now your head represents the North Pole, and your feet represent the South Celestial Pole, which are the principles. The natural law principle, don't hurt anyone, don't injure anyone. Or you can denominate it as love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Or you can look at the 10 Commandments, and they're not 10. Don't steal. Don't steal. Okay? Or you can look at it this way. My rights end where they begin to infringe on yours. Y'all see what's happening? So they stole this history from you, autochthonous Moors, and gave it to an external deity. And then they told you to go look to that deity, get on your knees and beg him. Give him all your finance. Send your sons and daughters to war to fight this deity's battles. Okay? So, although having eyes to see, you'll never perceive this information that I just told you. Although having ears to hear, you will never understand this information that I just told you. Although you read your Bible, some of y'all read your Bible every day. Some of y'all go to church 2-3 times a week. And just as stupid, or even more stupid, and I'm not being mean, but I'm telling the truth, as you were before you started going. Okay? That's the intent that JC had, right? He said it out of his own mouth. He said he speaks to the people in puzzles and riddles, parables, so that although having eyes to see, they'll never understand, ears to hear. Having eyes to see, they'll never perceive the magic practiced against them. They'll never perceive who they are. I just told you who you are. They'll never return to the mindset of their ancient foremothers and forefathers. Okay, y'all? They'll never return to the Most High. Let me state it that way. Although they see it in the Bible, other material, they hear it, they hear the sermons, they'll never understand. Why? JC said it himself, so that you cannot repent. Y'all go read Deuteronomy 30. Go read Deuteronomy 30, and you'll see why JC doesn't want you to repent. Because if you repent, you can be saved. All right? And if you're not saved, you are a debtor, you are a bondman or a bondwoman. So let's see. Damien writes, just the fact that 2 people are watching you speak volumes. Well, you know, Damon, I would have to agree with you. It does speak volumes. But do you have the ability to express yourself more clearly? Because my understanding of what you're saying is that YouTube shadow bans this information. Okay? Because the power structure doesn't want anyone to know this. So Damien, you sound like a person who's undergoing cognitive dissonance, or somebody who's benefiting financially. In other words, using and lying to people. Or maybe you just don't think very well. Okay, but I'm gonna let it go. You can clarify it if you want. Okay, let's continue, y'all. Let's continue. So he says here, so here's the robbery of your history, Moors. He, that's JC, or any solar deity, Mithra, etc. He was come from God and went to God. So when we expire, y'all, we go back to the celestial ship of the north until we are transformed into something else. That's the way it works. This is why the Elijah Muhammad from the NOI, they'll tell you in a hot second that Elijah Muhammad is on a spaceship in the triple blackness of space. Let me translate that. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad went back to where he came from, the celestial ship of the north. Okay, the circumpolar zodiac. Okay? Let me see what this clown, oh, sorry about that, Robert. Let's see. Robert Tucker writes, God bless everyone. Believe on the Son of God, the only begotten of the Father, whose name is Jesus, the Christ, to receive eternal life today. Okay, thanks, Robert. So let's continue, y'all. And raise the dead, now seeing himself to have need of a Savior. Remember, the issue is, if you're the Son of God, get off the cross. Okay, y'all, that's the issue we're still dealing with. The author continues. Seeing himself to be dying, JC knows he's dying, according to the story. No challenge could be fairer. Okay, do y'all see that? The author is saying, the author is saying he's being challenged by the ecclesiastical class to come off that cross. Everyone sees he's dying, right? He, according to the story, JC knows he's dying. So what's the most powerful information? What's the most powerful evidence? For him to get off that cross or for him to die up there? That's what the author is asking you to think about critically, not emotion, not your belief system. Don't defend your belief. Just think critically. Apocalypse writes, did he go 66 degrees north or 69 degrees north, the Muhammad? I have no idea. I don't study the Nation of Islam. But the celestial ship of the north is at the north celestial pole. The circumpolar zodiac is the north celestial pole and the south celestial pole, and the constellations that revolve around them. So that's where we get Circle 7, beginnings, movement, life, cycles, and we get the clock of destiny that C.M. Bay wrote about in volume 1 and 2 of the Clock of Destiny. Okay, y'all, this is the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, and I have to include natural law. Don't harm or injure anyone. Okay, and I already covered that. Okay, in the Ten Commandments, it'll say don't steal. Your rights end where they begin to infringe upon someone else's rights, so on and so forth. All right, so let's keep it going. No challenge could be fairer, and I agree with the author, nor be conceived to be so, than that which the chief priests and scribes and elders offered to him. In the fine irony and noble sarcasm of the text, quote unquote, he saved others, himself he cannot save. If he be the king of Israel, Isis, Ra, and El, let him come down from the cross, and we will believe him. Let's say JC came down from the cross. Okay, he's dying. Everybody sees he's dying. Now he comes down from the cross. Now, what argument could the devil, and the devil doesn't exist, what argument could the devil and the ecclesiastical class, these high priests and scribes and elders, what would be their argument against that? See, they'd have a much more difficult time disproving it. It's easy to argue against something that two women, or however the story goes, are the witnesses, and it happened 3 days later. Why am I saying that? Because by that time, well, the society was patriarchal. Okay, so women were at the bottom. Okay, y'all? So yeah, you can argue against that. Oh, that was 3 days later. You had two witnesses. Versus if he comes off the cross now, you got all of these people, thousands or however many people were there watching. Who saw it? Did y'all see it? But anyway, page 211. Let's continue. Had there been any historical reality in the scene, the not accepting of that challenge, the not coming down from the cross, when called to do so, was the greatest proof of imposture that imposture of any sort could be conceived to have. In other words, the author is saying here, because he didn't come down from the cross when challenged to do so, we know, or it leads us to believe that this is not a historical story. It is not a historical story. What kind of story is it? It is purely astrological. It's purely astrological. Okay? It's purely, let me say it again. It is purely astrological. It's correlating to December 25th. Okay? When the sun, it's been moving 1 degree a day for a degree the whole year. You look at the sundial, the shadow casts a full 1 degree for the whole year. All of a sudden, on December 22nd, there's no longer a shadow being cast on the sundial. The shadow is not cast again until 3 days later, which is the end of December 24th and the very beginning of December 25th, when the shadow is cast on the sundial, signaling that the sun has shifted from moving southerly and now is moving northerly. It is springing northerly. It is springing up. It is ascending. And our ancestors said that the sun, because we have a concrete paradigm, way of seeing and expressing ourselves, our ancestors spoke of that natural phenomenon as the sun having died and being reborn or resurrected 3 days later. Apocalypse writes, the devil does exist, and I seen him in hell. He's not bound by the laws of gravity. Okay, well, I understand your point of view, but according to the text, the devil does not exist. Not only according to the biblical text, but according to all of the other ancient texts. Okay, the devil is nothing more than a remix of Saturn, which is a remix of Sut, S-U-T, the firstborn son of the great mother Typhoon. Okay, it's Christianity who have disgraced these mythological characters. Also Saturn. Okay, also Sut. But that's another story. Okay, I've gone over, you search my YouTube channel. I have made videos on this topic. All right, you read the Devil's Pulpit. He gives you an excellent, he gives you an excellent, excellent evidence. All right, powerful evidence. But anyway, I stopped arguing doctrine a long time ago. Let me tell you why. Because the book of the law needs to be corrected. Okay? It needs to be corrected. There's too much information that's hidden, especially the astrology information. So there's no point of discussing it. Okay? There's really no point of arguing it until the book of the law is rewritten. So when you're dealing with the New Testament and even the Old Testament, you've got to first deal with the solar zodiac projection. And then after you deal with the solar zodiac projection, now you've got to trace it back to the circumpolar zodiac projection. And in all of that, you've got to deal with the mythology. Okay, and we haven't even talked about the grammar, the etymology, the sentence structure. So there's no point of even arguing these things. You know, that's my position. Robert Taylor writes, are you at the mall? I'm at your mom's house. How about that? I'm at your mother's house. When I was younger, we played the dozens. If you don't know what the dozens means, I talk about your mom and you talk about mine. Whoever come up with the best jokes wins. So you ask me stupid questions, Robert Taylor, I can get right down and treat you like a child. All right? And I'm not being arrogant. I'm just telling you like a TI is. I'm not an easy target. Don't F with me. All right? You want to play games with me, I will humiliate you. If you want to learn, sit back and learn. Okay, but don't troll here. Okay, y'all, let's keep it going. I set the boundary for you, don't cross it. Let's keep it going, y'all. So page 211. So we got 2 plus 1 is 3. Plus 1 is 4. 4 has a numerical and astrological correlation, traces back to the circumpolar zodiac, which is the 4 corners. The 4 corners. The 4 corners, which in the solar zodiac projection gets remixed into the 4 cardinal points: north, south, east, and west. Okay, y'all? And from that, we get the solstitial line, north and south, and the equinoctial line, okay? Which are the spring and fall equinoxes. Okay, y'all? So that's a big remix. It's a huge remix. But anyway, let's keep it going. You can get this stuff that I'm talking about when I talk about the circumpolar zodiac. You can get this from the Celestial Ship of the North by Emma, Valencia Stratton. I think it's published in 1927. Okay, volume 1 and 2. Okay, y'all? So let's keep it going. But God, that's capital G-O-D, God. Remember, God is a trick bag. It's not who you think it is. Keep that in mind, okay, when you do your analysis. But God, it will be said, and by the way, also, y'all, God, remember I mentioned that God is dog spelled backwards? Well, guess what? Dog has reference to astrology, the circumpolar zodiac projection. It references or traces back to Sirius, the dog star, which is the hour hand of the clock of destiny in the southern celestial pole region. Okay, y'all? Remember the south celestial pole, this is the area of principles: love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Natural law, don't harm anyone. Okay, 10 Commandments, don't steal. Right? Or your rights end where they begin to infringe upon someone else's rights. So principles. See, the principles have been remixed into morality and religion. For example, whatever the moral issues are. Okay? It's a remix. Okay, y'all? But anyway, let's keep it going. But God, it will be said, is not bound to give whatever particular proof. God is not required to give proof. The important incredulity. So this is talking about someone who's giving full faith and credit to something, and they have not researched it. In other words, they accept it as true, and they haven't researched it. They gave it credibility. All right? Let's see, where am I? So the incredulity of man might call for, but, so in other words, this is what it's saying. It's saying man will ask another man to prove something. Prove it. Where's the evidence? Facts, evidence. Okay? Like, for example, you bring your evidence into a murder case. But this God figure is not required to show evidence, to prove anything. You just believe. Okay, you just hear God and you get all emotional. Like Dr. Clark used to say, you get all dewy-eyed and you just believe. Let's continue. But with reverence be it spoken, by capital G-O-D, God, and by his honor, he is bound to do so. And the acquitting him from that bond, meaning you say, no, God don't need to provide evidence. He didn't need to provide any proof. So someone is saying here, more foolish talk, just go to bed. So here we go, y'all. Let's keep going. And acquitting him traces back to capital G-O-D, from that bond, under the hypothetical pretense of submission to his will. In other words, you claim, I believe in God. I submit to the will of God. Therefore, I don't require God to provide any proof, to provide any evidence of anything. I'm just going to believe. Do y'all see how you become an easy victim? You become easy prey. Do y'all see that? Robert Taylor writes, I apologize, just strange background and sound. No worries. Apology accepted. Okay, y'all heard? Now let's continue. Let's continue. So under the hypocritical pretense of a submission to his will is but the same kind of treason against the divine majesty as that of the Roundheads against King Charles when they took up arms in the king's name against the king's person. Uh-oh. So you mean you're going to kill the king in the name of the king? It doesn't make sense, right? It's not logical. And were calling for themselves his loving subjects while they cut off his head. Quote unquote, let him come down from the cross and we will believe him. What fairer, what fitter proof of his divine mission? What fairer, what fitter proof of his divine mission could have been proposed to him? Now, I agree with this. Now, when I was in Christianity, of course, I would not have agreed with it. Okay? I would not have agreed with it, and I would not have thought it out. 'Twas the thing which he himself must have most wished to do. Now, why can the author say that? Because JC, the Christ figure, asked to be let down off the cross. Right? So let's see. Okay, so next paragraph. Any questions about the logic or the reasoning that the author is taking us through? If you have a question about that, put it in the comment section. If I'm able to answer it, I will. So the author continues, but it was necessary, say our Christian credulous, it was necessary, say the Christians who believe this stuff, who give it full faith and credit, without having analyzed it. So it was necessary that he should die in order that he should rise again. Next sentence. Then, or if that's the case, then why did he die at all? Okay, so the author is saying here the timing. See, these people who give full faith and credit without having analyzed or critically analyzed the data, haven't thought through it. Does it matter if he dies today, now, or 3 days later? Does it matter? Well, let's see what the author has to say. Then why did he die at all? Why that superfluous, gratuitous, unnecessary suffering? Why all of that suffering? Right? Y'all know the story. You get hung up on a cross, you're going to suffocate. Suffocation is going to kill you. Okay? Bugs, maybe birds might start eating at you. He gets stabbed, right, in his abdomen. He stays on that cross until he expires. Why does he have to suffer that much? Let's continue. The author says here, or the appearance of suffering, which could add nothing to the dignity of character. That's a good point. That's an excellent point. What does his suffering add to the story other than making you feel sorry for him, making you feel guilty? He's already demonstrated good character by giving up all of his desires, wants, and needs in life, healing people, bringing people back to life. What does suffering add to his character in the story, right? Other than to make you feel sad and guilty if you do something wrong. They can turn around and say, oh, he suffered for you. But anyway, let's continue. Or to the proof of a divine mission. What does the suffering have to do with proving that he's the Son of God? What does it have to do with it? That's what the author is saying. Not the emotional aspect, but how does it prove that he's the Son of God? Anybody can suffer. That doesn't prove anything, right? If you are so committed to something that you will give your life for it, and by the way, this is one of the principles of success. I mean, real success, not getting what you want by cheating, harming, and injuring people, not that. That's not success. Okay? So what proof does suffering add to his, to show his divine mission? Okay? So the author continues, or to what proof of a divine mission in a person who was, listen y'all, who was really capable of surviving death. He's supposed to be immortal. Y'all see it? So y'all pause it on the replay, okay? So he can't die anyway. He's immortal. So why does he need to suffer? What does that add to the story? He's immortal. Life cannot be taken away from him. So why all of this suffering? Other than to use it to make you as a believer feel guilty. To add emotional sensationalism. One more. Yeah, one more. To add emotional sensationalism into the story, to also spark you into what? Imagining. Activate your imagination. Visualize him suffering. Hear him, see him. Okay? And then once you activate your imagination, you have activated the phenomena of narrative transportation. You have just begun the process of propagandizing your own mind, brainwashing your own mind, okay? And if you're exposed to this enough, you will begin to change your life. You will begin to live and act in harmony. You'll perceive the world through the lens of these stories. Not knowing that this is a cuckoo bird egg. This is one of those cuckoo bird eggs. Okay, if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, you need to go and read, study the Hermetic Laws by the three initiates. I think it's published in 1901. Study the law of gender. The law of gender. This is a form of brainwashing, y'all. This is the perversion or the abusive use of the law of gender. This is the cuckoo bird egg phenomenon. One of them, okay? And they get you from birth. So anyway, let's keep it moving. And after all, if we are to reason upon the matter, if we use our critical thinking faculty of mind, and let the words we use have the proper meanings attached to them. What does it mean? It means that we are not going to interpret this information based upon the connotative meaning of the words. We're going to look at the denotative meaning of the words and the literal meaning of sentences. Okay, y'all? So let's keep it moving. The resurrection of Christ. So here we go, y'all. The resurrection of Christ. In the sense our ignorant and stupid Hey, thank you. Wait, one moment. Thank you. Yo. So I'm black coffee. They call this cafe in Vietnam. So black coffee and honey. I haven't eaten breakfast, y'all. So I don't know. I'm trying to take better care of myself, but my, I guess I'm lucky in some aspects because I can forget to eat. I can go all day without eating. But if I do that, I don't gain weight. I'm trying to gain weight right now. I'm tired of, so I'm trying to remember to eat something, but it's so much work. I think at this point in my life, I need to find a woman. But that's kind of selfish, right? To cook. But that's reality of life, right? For a man, what else does a man need a woman for, right? Other than those kind of things, you know? It's not like the reality of life is that we deal with people based upon what we can do for them and what they can do for us, hopefully, right? At this stage of life. So I'm gonna need to eat something soon, that's my point. Okay, so let's get back to the information. Okay, so the resurrection of the Christ in the sense of our ignorant and stupid. So ignorant, ignore, I got that from Consul General Lamont Maurice L., ignore. Ignorant, ignore, credulous, okay? Ignore the information is there, you ignored it, you didn't think critically. Critical thinking involves researching, okay? Records, facts and evidence. Y'all see it? Ignorant, ignore. Someone who ignores the evidence. You know it's there, but you choose not to study it, okay? So you're willfully ignorant, okay? Therefore, you're stupid. Y'all get it? Therefore, you're stupid. The ignorant and stupid, if not wicked and deceitful clergy attached to it. He's referencing Jeremiah chapter 8, verse 8. They changed the book of the law. What's the book of the law? Circle 7, clock of destiny, natural law, do no harm, natural phenomena. They changed that into a book of religion that you have now. Okay, that you have now. All right? It's been rewritten to include all of this solar, zodiac stuff, and religious doctrines. Okay, y'all? So let's keep it going. So the resurrection of the Christ in the sense of our ignorant and stupid, if not wicked and deceitful, clergy attached to it, involves a contradiction. So he's going to tell us this contradiction. Let's look for it. It involves a contradiction in terms. Terms, I think he's talking about words, right? Words. Remember earlier he talked about connotative versus denotative meaning of words, okay? A saying and an unsaying, okay? Hypocrisy, right? A being and not being. For example, he's immortal, but then he can die. Okay? At the same time. So these are impossibilities, right? Somebody will say, oh, everything's possible because he's God. Well, no, you cannot be alive and dead at the same time. You cannot be immortal and not immortal at the same time. It's an impossibility. But anyway, let's keep it going. You cannot say something and then not have said it at the same time. You're lying if you make that claim, right, y'all? Either you said it or you didn't. Either you're immortal, or you're not. So this is a law of polarity, right, y'all? The law of polarity. So let's keep it going. All right, which, if it is to be endured, white bedlam must be the great seat of wisdom, slobbery, idiocy, and stark, staring madness are to be our masters and will turn poor reason out of the door forever. In other words, without the law of polarity, which is the truth, either you did it or you didn't. Either you are or you are not. You is or you ain't. See, without that, then you may as well throw reason and rationality out of the window. Okay, there can be no systems because there are no rules. Y'all understand? Either you is or you ain't. You said it or you did not say it. Okay, you're immortal or you're not. It's one or the other. Cannot be both. Anyway, let's continue. So the author says that if it is both, well then there's no way that there could be wisdom or reason existing. Okay? For what is so what is it to be dead? What does it mean to be dead? If it be not to be as dead as mutton. Mutton is, if I remember correctly, lamb, the lamb meat. Okay, the lamb meat. All right. As dead as a doornail that is utterly beyond the possibility, beyond the conceivability of again becoming alive. So now, y'all, what is death? Death is the opposite of life. Well, what is life? Well, there are signs of metabolism, right? Signs of metabolism. There's a heart rate, if you're talking about man, respiratory rate, right? You can listen to the abdominal sounds, the bowel sounds. There's a pulse. Okay? So the body has what? Some heat, some warmth. So what is death? Death is when none of these things are present. Nothing is present. So all the vital signs are gone. They're not there. What's going to happen after 1, 2, 3, 4 days? Rigor mortis will set in. The skin begins to change color. Okay? The joints begin to stiffen. All right? Rigor mortis. The color of the skin can become dark, grayish black, or even black. So this is why, in my opinion, Prophet Noble Darrell-El said, black is death in science. Okay? Y'all see it? Everybody see that? So this is what death is. For what is it to be dead? Absence of the vital signs, absence of signs of life, and then over a day, 2 days, you'll see what? You see the microorganisms begin to consume the flesh of the body. Why? Because the immune system is no longer working. Y'all see it? The body just becomes a petri dish, a culture dish for all kinds of bacteria, fungus, you name it, okay? The ants will get you, the worms, all right, y'all? From that nasty pork you've been eating. The parasites that are in you are gonna start to have a feast on your flesh. Y'all hear? See, these are signs of something being dead. The smell of death, okay? Rotting tissue, okay? So that's the answer to the question, for what is death? It's beyond the possibility of living again. Okay? Page 212. If then it was possible that Christ could come to life again, it could not at the same time have been impossible. Do y'all understand that? This is basic reasoning. And I'm not saying that you're stupid. I'm saying that historical JC juice blinded you from thinking about this. All right, Mark chapter 4, having eyes to see, you'll never perceive. Ears to hear, you'll never understand. Okay, so that magic wand, Jeremiah 8:8, that Hollywood, the pen of the scribes, changed the book of the law into a book of religion. That's why you never thought of this. If then it was possible that Christ could come to life again, it could not at the same time have been impossible for Christ to come to life again. In other words, you're either immortal or you're not immortal. It cannot be both. But this is not even the main argument. The author is just building up to it. This isn't the main argument. This is just logic. Okay? So page 212, next paragraph. And if there had been any necessity for a manifestation of divine justice in any matter, why, in the name of capital God and of reason, should not that JC, the Christ figure, who had made a whip of cords and turned out the poor tradespeople? Remember, he's in the temple and he put together the whip of cords and he began to whip the money changers, these common everyday people. They just out there trying to survive, right? They're doing what they're doing. They were able to do what they're doing because the priests, the scribes, and the Pharisees, they had an even bigger fraud and criminal business going on. I guess a RICO case, like. Okay, a bigger criminal enterprise going on. Okay, these guys outside, they're just trying to make a living, changing money. When you travel in Southeast Asia, this is a common business. In Philippines, they call it six. What do they call it, y'all, in the Philippines? 5, 6, something like that. The Hindustanis, people from India, they control that business, changing money and loaning money. Okay, I'm not going to speak about Vietnam. But in Philippines, yeah, they got money changers. All right? This ain't nothing new. Brian Craig writes, Acts 5, verse 30, KJV, and Acts 10, verse 39, KJV says how he died. This also confirms his color. What do you mean, Brian Craig, by confirms his color? Can you clarify that? Let me clarify this also. So this author doesn't make the claim or argue that the scripture doesn't say JC died on the cross. He acknowledges that it says he died on the cross. But he's showing you the hidden meaning of those verses. Okay, y'all? So he's not denying that the text said that. He's showing you what it actually says. See, there's a dogmatic religious belief system that's written in the text for the masses, for the disgusting people, the ignorant, the willfully ignorant. Okay, ignore the evidence. Stupid, because you ignore the evidence. the willfully ignorant, dumb masses of people, the followers of Christianity. You get one meaning of these verses, and they're dogmatic belief systems. And more often than not, out of harmony with nature. Out of harmony with nature means it places you in opposition of nature so that nature will act against you. And then there's another meaning of these verses that's hidden, or sometimes people will say occult meaning, but it's hidden. That's what it means, hidden. These are reserved for the people who are in the secret societies. Why? Why is it reserved for them? Because when the Solarites, the Osirians, these people who push the solar zodiac projection, and I'm not trying to offend anybody who's been teaching this, who's been teaching astrology. I'm not trying to offend y'all. I'm just telling a story. I'm getting this information, y'all go check it, from the Celestial Ship of the North, Volume 1 and 2, published in 1927 by, I think it's Emma Valencia Straton. Okay? One moment. All right? So that information was hidden. It was robbed, stolen from the Sabian Moors. Okay? These are people who lived their life according to the mindset, who had the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, which is Circle 7, Clock of Destiny, and the natural law governing interaction or commerce between intelligent men and women, which is do no harm, don't injure anyone. 10 Commandments says don't steal. Okay, y'all, everything that we just talked about. This information during that time, when the whole world had the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, Clock of Destiny, Circle 7, don't harm anyone. All of this information was known. It was all known. And I'm not saying, and I don't think the author is saying, that the solar zodiac, Emma Stratton, I don't think she's presenting information, and she didn't make it up. She got it from other sources. Okay? They're not saying that they made up the solar zodiac. No, it was repurposed. Right? They took a piece of the information that was just a little piece of it, and they put it front and center. And then they remixed everything. Y'all hear me? Okay, so the Solarites took this information, hid it when they conquered our people. Actually, we're all the same people. Let me restate that. When they conquered and stole the birthright of those of our ancestors who lived according to the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, they then hid this information over the generations from the masses of our people. And they taught it to people who were in these mystery schools. Do y'all see how it happened? So that's what went down. That's why these are mysteries. That's how they became, or this information became a cult. Because they made it a cult. Prior to that, everybody knew this. The whole world knew it. Okay? The whole world knew it. It wasn't until the Solarites came in and changed everything and introduced the sun and the ecliptic and the 10 constellations as a focus of the universe, how to reckon time and reality. Y'all hear? Okay, so that's how it went down. Anyway, let's keep it going. So we're on page 212. But if it was not impossible that he could come to life again, listen, y'all, if it were not impossible that JC could come to life again, then JC had never been in that state, which answers to the definition of death. He had never been dead at all. This is simple logic. How is someone who's dead, out of existence, going to all of a sudden come back into existence and give himself life again? This is simple reasoning. Simple reasoning. So, Brian, I'm waiting for your information. What does it have to do with color? And by color, what do you mean? You mean his complexion? When he was alive, allegedly alive, or his complexion at death? Are you talking about rigor mortis? Can you clarify what you're talking about? I'm not going to challenge you. I'm just going to read it. Somebody might want to know. Okay, so let's continue with page 212. I hope everyone sees that. If it were not impossible for JC, the Christ figure, to come to life again, then he had never been in that state that we call death, which is the opposite of life. He maintained the possibility to live again. Therefore, he was not dead. Y'all see it? And if there had been any necessity for a manifestation of divine justice in the matter, why, in the name of God and of reason, should not that JC, the Christ figure, who had made a whip of cords and turned out the poor people, he whipped the poor people and little shopkeepers for the venal offense of selling their wares in the churchyard. He whipped them. Powerless people, people who have no influence, common people. Why? Listen, y'all. Why should JC not, for the much greater offense of the aristocrats, for the much greater offense of the scribes, the priest, high priest, the priest, the Pharisees? In other words, y'all, who are we talking about? We're talking about the people who have the political power, the financial power, okay? And the financial power and the influence to deal with Rome. Why? Okay, why should JC not, for the much greater offense of the ecclesiastical class, the chief priests, the scribes and Pharisees, and seeking to crucify him? What's worse? What's worse? Plotting and planning, taking action to kill God, to kill the Son of God. Remember, death is the opposite of life. To kill the grand creator of the universe or his son. Which is worse? Which is the worst crime? Or changing money and selling products or doing commerce in the courtyard of the temple. Which is worse? Now, JC whipped the common people just for doing commerce in the courtyard. But the people who sought to murder him, he did nothing to. So again, the chief priests and scribes and Pharisees, in seeking to crucify him, make a cat o' nine tails and lay it on their backs. In other words, why didn't he make a whip and hit them to such a tune as would have brought the offending Adam out of them? In other words, why didn't he beat the Shit out of them for that crime? And brought them to their knees in true repentance. Why didn't he do that? Where is the justice in that? This is the author's point. Where's the justice? You beat the common people just for doing commerce. You make a whip and beat them. And then you put it in the Bible. Then you put it in the New Testament. But these people who sought to kill you, plot and planned and took action. Okay? Not only did they take action, but they got a foreign power involved to participate, to collude in killing the Son of God or to kill God. Which is the most serious crime? Which one deserves the most serious punishment? This is the author's point. Think critically. All right, y'all? But such is, in every instance, the character of the boasted morals of the gospel. Ah, okay? I remember people used to get angry at me when I used to talk about the gospels. The gospels secretly push bad morality. It secretly pushes or encourages wrongdoing. It's very immoral. Okay? So the masses gets the moral purity dogma. But the secret society members, they get the be cruel, oppress, murder, and kill doctrine to keep the masses under their foot. Okay, y'all? Okay? This is an example of it. But such is, in every instance, the character of the boasted morality of the gospel, quote unquote, the purest system of morals you see that ever was in the world. And where will you find anything to equal the morals of the Gospels? The poor devils who had sought to keep soul and body together by picking up the honest penny that might be gained by selling nuts and oranges in the outer courts of the temple have their baskets knocked over by J.C. the Christ figure, and are flogged, and are whipped, and are scourged, and lacerated. Y'all think of the slaves who got whipped. Look at the markings on their backs and arms. Okay, y'all? The scars that these whippings left them with. And lacerated with stripes and wails, quote unquote, which mercy, with the bleeding heart, whips when she sees inflicted on a dog. Okay? So the masses are the dogs, the ignorant masses, the willfully ignorant followers of Christianity. You get whipped. Although you're trying to live up to these high moral standards. Okay? So remember, the Gospels have double, triple, quadruple meanings, okay? All right, let's keep going. All right. But there is this relief to the matter. Upon the Unitarian hypothesis that, where the story viewed as a matter of history, okay, so if you view this as history, which I am sure was never intended, so the author is saying that this is a story, a mythology, it was never intended to be thought of as history, as something that really happened. And were all its pretended evidence to be received as good and valid evidence, and to be judged by the ordinary laws of evidence, big trouble. The author is saying, look at this story and apply the rules of evidence to the story. Apply the rules of evidence to the story. We're thinking critically, okay, y'all? As an honest jury would judge in any other case, it would not carry a verdict that Christ had ever been put to death at all. Now, this is the author's claim. That's his claim. So let's hold the author to it. Let's read this information, the following pages, and we're going to make a determination. I'll make mine, you make yours, as to whether or not the author presents sufficient evidence to prove his case. We're not just going to give the author full faith and credit. Okay, y'all? We're going to look at this using our faculty of critical thinking and make a determination, all right? Leave your religion at home right now. Give me 1 second, y'all. I need to go to the restroom really quickly. So we're on page 212. You know what, let me read this last paragraph and then we'll pick it up, okay? It's just a few lines. So the last paragraph on page 212. For what is the evidence? Okay, y'all, what's the evidence? That's why I love this book. What's the evidence? First piece of evidence. The disposition of Pilate to release Jesus is admitted. Pilate wanted to release Jesus, quote unquote. From thenceforth, Pilate sought to release him. This is John chapter 20, verse 12. Second piece of evidence. The power of Pilate to release him is admitted. Okay, Pilate wanted to release JC, and Pilate had the power to release JC. Okay, quote unquote, knowing thou not that I have power to crucify thee and the power to release thee. This is John chapter 20, verse 10. So now we're at the top of page 213. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, we have, hold on. This one is dry, right?
Yeah, no.
It's dry?
Yeah.
Let me have that one.
No, this.
Yeah,
This
okay.
one. Okay.
Okay. Okay, y'all, I'm back. Okay, so third piece of evidence. Third piece of evidence. The declaration of Pilate that he would release him is admitted, quote unquote. I will chastise him, I will whip him, I will chastise him and let him go. That is, I will let him go, no less than a positive promise to do so. Listen, Pilate said, number one, I will release him. Number two, Pilate had the power to release him. Number three, Pilate said, I'll chastise him and let him go. He said, I'm going to let him go twice. He said it twice. Okay? No less than a promise to release him. Fourth, the firmness of Pilate's character and that what he had once said he would do in defiance of all the power of the chief priest, that he would do, quote unquote, what I have written, is admitted. Fifth, the remonstrance of Pilate's wife, sent to him as he sat on the judgment seat. Pilate's wife made some comments. Y'all all remember what it is about JC and her dream. And she reminded Pilate about it while Pilate was sitting on the judgment seat to warn Pilate to, quote unquote, have nothing to do with that just man, justice, fall equinox. All right? This is admitted, Matthew chapter 27, verse 19. Okay, the sixth piece of evidence, his own conviction that he was a just man is admitted. Pilate saw JC as a just man, quote unquote. I find in him no fault at all. 7, the fact of no person but Pilate and his friends having access to the presence of Jesus in that judgment hall is admitted. It's admitted. 8, the person whom Pontius Pilate presented as JC, the Christ figure, Jesus, and of whom he said, quote unquote, behold, the man, was disguised, listen y'all, was disguised in a dress in which his person could not be recognized, most strongly implying that he was not the man is admitted. I got to read that again. Y'all, open your minds up. We're looking at the evidence. We're not considering any doctrine, okay? No doctrine. Looking at the evidence. There's a difference. All right. Let's do it again. 8. The 8th piece of evidence. The person whom Pontius Pilate presented as Jesus, and of whom he said, quote unquote, behold the man. Now that's very interesting. Why didn't he just say, behold Jesus? He said, behold the man. Okay? Was disguised. So the author needs to prove this. All right? Was disguised. Thank you. Hello. I asked. That's not what Hey, come. They brought me the wrong order. I don't want this. I asked for dry.
Yes, sir.
This is not what I asked for.
Yeah, this is right.
I said the dry. This is wet. This is soup.
Yeah, this soup.
It's not dry. It's,
You want dry?
yeah, that's what I said.
I said it's noodle with beef.
No. I want dry. You know what
you
I'm
want
talking
dry.
about?
Yeah, with the steak, right?
Yeah.
But we make it. Can you eat that one or I?
Okay, man. Okay. It's okay.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Next time you want dry, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
It's okay. No worries. Shit. Oh, man. I don't want to deal with this. All right, y'all. Anyway, y'all, give me 1 second. I really need to eat. I'm feeling hypoglycemic right now. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. This is vegetarian. And these things that look like meat, they're fish. They're made out of fish. No, I'm sorry. No, they're not. It's another type of dish that they have. They use something like that, but it's fish. This is not what I wanted. But oh well. Sorry, y'all. You know, I do these videos when I have between my responsibilities from day to day. So bear with me. I need to eat something while I have time. Okay? But we can do it while we go over the information. It's not a big deal. Oh yeah. So this is a vegetable. So in Vietnam, they have dishes. Often they'll ask you, do you want something wet or dry? It means, do you want it in a soup or do you want not in a soup? Something that's not soupy. So he misunderstood me. Okay, so let's get back to it. Oh, so 8. Let me go back to 8. So the person whom Pontius Pilate presented as Jesus, and of whom he said, he presented to the crowd, right? Behold, the man was disguised in a dress in which his person, you couldn't see his face or his body. In other words, he's covered. Could not be recognized. Most strongly implying that he was not the man Jesus. This is admitted. Okay, the ninth piece of evidence. The strange and uncountable appearance of quote unquote Simon the Cyrenian, the father of Alexander and Rufus, coming out of the country and being seized upon and compelled to carry the cross is admitted. Y'all, Simon the Cyrenian is a Moor. Simon was a Moor. Okay? Simon was a Moor. What am I getting at? What am I getting at, y'all? I'm gonna let you think about that for a few minutes, and then I'm gonna come back. This too is astronomical. Here's what the author is telling us. Here's a hidden meaning behind that. Hello. This is referencing, y'all. I might need to show y'all this. Now we get off track. This is referencing the circumpolar zodiac, which is ancient. So ancient that no one can know, impossible to know its age. Okay? The solar zodiac projection replaced it through violence, okay? Through warfare and through public policy to steal the birthright of our ancient ancestors who kept the mindset of their ancient foremothers and forefathers, which was the circumpolar zodiac projection, clock of destiny, circle 7, do no harm. Okay? These were admitted by everybody to be Sabian Moors, Kemites, Egyptians, before 4,500 BCE. Y'all got me? They are called the original people of the world. The aboriginals, the indigenous. These are Moors. Now y'all tell me, should I read this? I'm tempted to. Everything about the circumpolar zodiac is said to be negative, evil, and wicked, deserving of everlasting punishment. And everything about the solar zodiac is said to be everything good, y'all. Everything that's wisdom and enlightenment. Y'all got me? The more these original people, today y'all would say black, or some people would say melanated, right? And when you say black or Negro, that's just not including, or let me say this, that includes anybody who has brown skin. I was shocked. Someone in Vietnam, a Vietnamese person, referred to themselves, to me, told me that they were Afro-Vietnamese. It blew me away. They look like just a brown-skinned Vietnamese person to me. And of course, you know, there are Moors, the Moro people in the Philippines, so on and so forth. But my point is this. Let me read it. I'm not going to read the whole thing, y'all. I'm just going to read a note that I wrote. This is from the Celestial Ship of the North. Y'all read that note. Is that it? Yes, quote unquote, blacks replace blacks with autochthonous people who are sprung from the soil. So remember, black is not about complexion. This is the way they refer to the autochthonous people. The autochthonous people are sprung from the soil. It has nothing to do with complexion, okay? Okay, y'all? That's just what they say. Blacks can't go to heaven. Who are they? These are the Solarites, the Osirians. The Osirians. That might shock some of y'all. This is the Egyptian pharaohs and their gods who said this. Nothing to do with complexion. This is hybrid and non-hybrid, okay? Or a hybrid versus or seeking to destroy the autochthonous people. Why? To steal their birthright, to steal the land, and to gain jurisdiction, to gain authority over them, and to put them in bondage so that they can live off of them. All right? So here's what it says. This is on page 32 of the Celestial Ship of the North, Volume 1. Blacks, autochthonous Moors, Sabian Moors, cannot go to heaven. Why? Because they don't have a S-O-U-L. They don't have a soul. Clearly we don't have a soul. The Catholic Church made up this concept of a soul. We have a soul, S-O-L, which is a source of energy, like the S-U-N sun in the sky. But the Catholic Church made up this concept of a soul that survives death and goes to heaven or hell. So no, we don't have a soul. Literally, we don't. Okay? No one has one. But remember, we're dealing with dogmatic religion. The autochthonous Moors, the Sabian Moors, the original people don't have a soul. Therefore, they are unsavable. Correlate this to Mark chapter 4, verse 12, where JC said he spoke to the people in parables, which are riddles and puzzles, so that having eyes to see, they'll never perceive. Having ears to hear, they will never understand, so that they will never be able to repent and be saved. See, they're beyond being saved. Why? Why? Because they belong to a time that preceded the solar zodiac projection. In other words, the mindset of their ancient foremothers and forefathers is a circumpolar zodiac projection, circle 7, clock of destiny. Do no harm, don't injure anyone. Okay? The Osirians came in 4,000 to 4,500 BCE, introduced the solar zodiac projection as we know it today with the solar religions, Christianity, Judaism, etc., all those gods. And it's only at that point that sunlight becomes God. Wisdom. Y'all heard? It's only at that point that the Father becomes God. Prior to that, the introduction of the sun and the zodiac signs being the way our ancestors, well, now everybody reckons time and reality. Prior to that, it was the celestial ship of the north, the circumpolar zodiac projection. Y'all hear it? And so the excuse that they use to destroy us and to get rid of the circumpolar zodiac projection is that the great mother, Typhoon, the great bear, and Sirius the dog star, circle 7, clock of destiny, did not keep time accurately. That's their alibi. For millions, if not billions of years, the people who conceived of all of this, and the whole world was at peace, a global brotherhood admitted by the hybrids, admitted by the Osirians. For hundreds of thousands, millions, billions, an untold number of years. The very mind that created all of this. All of a sudden, the Osirians come in and they say, you don't keep time properly. Therefore, you have disgraced yourself and we're going to destroy you. We're going to steal your birthright from you, okay? And then blame you. We're going to say you were lazy. You're lazy. That's why you didn't keep time correctly. Y'all heard this story before? You don't have a soul. Oh, the slaves, the blacks, they don't have a soul. Now y'all understand where that comes from? They don't have a soul. They can't go to heaven. This is all astrological in origin. Everybody see it? So, Simon the Cyrenian was a Moor. Y'all gonna see how this plays out. Give me 1 second. What page was this? Page 32. Let me put it in the record. Okay, page 32, the second paragraph, all right, y'all? Please pay special attention right now. This is The Celestial Ship of the North, Volume 1, by E. Valencia Stratton, published in 1927. Page 32, here we go. The Negroes, these are the autochthonous Moors, right? Were thought to be sons of the mythical Ham, who is Cam, a Hebrew derivation, y'all got that? A Hebrew derivation of the Egyptian god called Sebek Cronus. Sebek Cronus is a second phase, or a remix, a second phase of the son of the first mother. This is the great mother Typhoon, all right, the celestial ship of the north, who, when he became planetary, y'all see that? So now Sebek is Soot. Soot becomes, or is remixed into Sebek Cronus. Sebek Cronus is remixed into a planet that they call Saturn. Who, when he became planetary, was Saturn, whose color is black. Now, y'all remember, Saturn is remixed into Satan. Satan, the devil, in Christianity. Okay, y'all? So they're saying that the Negro, or the autochthonous Moor, is a devil, is Satan, is everything wicked. Y'all see it? Therefore, is deserving of all sorts of punishment and eternal destruction. Y'all hear it? But let's continue. Astrologically, the planet Saturn is one of the greatest importance to the Negro race today. There's no such thing as a Negro race. I guess we should clarify that, right? Why? Because Saturn indicates a bridging over to a new condition and into an entirely new development, which has to do with Africa. What Africa, y'all? Africa, the Americas, Amexem, where Saturn has always been particularly prominent. So this bridging over, y'all, I'm going to connect this to the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Okay, the bridging over, the letting go of the solar zodiac and the solar religions, and returning to the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers. Do no harm, circle 7, clock of destiny. Okay, y'all? Also remember who Soot is. Okay, also remember who Soot is. Remember who you are, coming from the thigh of the great bear. So let's continue. Astrologically, listen, y'all. Astrologically, the polarity of Saturn must be repolarized. Polarity, that's one of the Hermetic laws, must be repolarized in Africa by the Negro race. So what are we talking about? Polarity. Higher self and lower self. Summer solstice, the sun takes on the title of Christ. This is the higher self. Winter solstice, the sun takes on the title of Satan the devil, Hashatan. All right? These are extreme opposite ends of the same line, the Hermetic law of polarity. Christ is the devil. The devil is Christ. Y'all see it? So this is the polarity. So the more who's in a religious mindset is in the lower self. Right? He must transmute. He must transmute up the line of polarity. Until where? Until the region of the Christ. Y'all hear? Which is the higher self. And then polarize. Polarize here. Activate the cosmic law called habit force. Okay? Where you're habitually, without having to think about it, acting in the higher self. This is that bridge. Okay, this is the bridge. But remember, these cardinal points, that's the solar zodiac projection. So this is the height, maximum height that the sun reaches along the ecliptic on or about June 22nd every year. But the North Pole region, the North Celestial Pole region, the North Pole, let's just say the North Star, is tremendously higher in elevation than the sun ever achieves along the ecliptic. So when we elevate up, we elevate where? To the North Celestial Pole. That's why our head represents the North Pole, the North Celestial Pole. And we know who we are. Y'all see it? Do y'all see it? So this is the bridge that the author is talking about. Okay? That's the bridge that the author is talking about. And who are we? Who are we? Thought made manifest from the soil. We are nature itself. Do y'all see it? So this is where the idea of darkness. See, darkness is the source of light. Darkness is the source of light. Darkness is pure spirit. Metaphorically, darkness is pure light. The sunlight is not pure light. Right? It's particles, it's matter. Okay, y'all? It's not eternal. So I'm getting this out of the celestial ship of the North, all right? So everything good, wonderful, and amazing, everything quote unquote holy, everything that you would contribute to a loving God is actually stolen from the circumpolar zodiac. Okay, so this is the darkness. Okay? They stole that and remixed it into something that's negative and evil, satanic, wicked. Okay, and attributed all of that to the SUN sun. So now let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. Remember, our topic is Simon the Cyrenian. So let's keep going. Saturn can never reach its highest expression in the new cycle except in its bridging periods, and also through the Negro race, and also through the autochthonous Moors, the Sabian Moors, the original people, okay? Listen, y'all, that primitive people belonging to, this is the point, belonging to an immense past. How old are we? Nobody can tell. Hundreds of thousands, millions, billions, or more years. An immense past. It's about the Negro, the autochthonous Moor, the Sabian Moor. Don't get mixed up with skin complexion and texture of hair. That's not what it's talking about. It's talking about those who are sprung from the soil, who are not hybrids. That primitive people belonging to an immense past with only a few remnants of correlative races remaining. Listen, y'all, the early races being dark. A certain stigma has been placed upon them. And even to the present time, this is in 1927, they are thought by some not only to be born without souls, S-O-U-L-S, but past, but beyond redemption, but cannot be saved, and to be excluded from heaven. You can't go to heaven. If you are a Negro, if you are dark, in other words, you're not pale complected, you can't go to heaven. Okay? Why? Because you belong to a period previous, you belong to a period previous to the introduction of the solar zodiac system. You belong to a period previous to the entrance of the solar reckoning of time. Before the fatherhood, before the patriarchy had been inaugurated, before the patriarchy had been established, and it was established through warfare. All right, and through public policy, bills of attainder, bills of pains and suffering. Page 32. Hold on, y'all. Wait. Does everybody see it? Okay, y'all have to pause it on the replay to go over that. Now, remember, we're talking about Simon the Cyrenian, who is a Moor, who is an original man. Okay? So let's keep it going. So the strange, pick up on the piece of evidence, evidence number 9. The strange and uncountable appearance of, quote unquote, Simon the Cyrenian, and being seized upon, they seized Simon, right? And compelled Simon to carry the cross. This is admitted in the text. Next paragraph. And upon these admissions, it is found in evidence that the absolute grammatical construction of the text of both Matthew, Mark, and Luke, that is, of 3 out of 4 of the Gospels, that's 75%, as read as it ought to be, and would be read in a court of law on a trial for murder is most positively and literally to this sense that, quote, it was not Jesus Christ, but Simon the Cyrenian who was crucified. One second. So let's continue. All right, so we're looking at this evidence as though it's a murder trial. Evidence presented in a murder trial, okay? So here we are. So here we are, y'all. Quote unquote. I'm just going to start that again. So 3 out of the 4 Gospels. Let me start it again because I paused, okay? And upon these admissions, it is found in evidence. It is found in evidence, not in what we feel or what we believe. It is found in evidence that the absolute grammatical construction of the text. Y'all see that? The grammatical construction of the text, not what we feel and what we believe. Not what we heard. Both Matthew, Mark, and Luke, that's 3 out of the 4 Gospels, as it ought to be read and would be read in a court of law, for example, on a trial for murder, okay? It's a felony, right? Is most positively and literally to the sense that, quote, it was not Jesus Christ, but Simon the Cyrenian who was crucified. For in each of these fatal sentences, there is no other accusative in relief to be governed of the verb, here's the verb, they crucified, but the accusative or objective case of the pronoun him answering to the noun. Noun is a person, place, or thing, right? Simon the Cyrenian. Quote unquote, they found Simon. They found Simon him. They compelled to bear his cross to him. They gave vinegar to drink, and they crucified him, Simon the Cyrenian. Okay, so if you don't know what the accusative case is and the objective case, look on my community page because I posted the meanings there, okay? And y'all can get them. Now remember about ignorance. Now you don't have to get them off my community page. You can Google search the accusative case. You can Google search it and find it out yourself. But remember what ignorance is. Ignorance is when you ignore the evidence. You ignore the facts. So are you going to be ignorant and stupid right now and say, no, this is not true? Or are you going to use your critical thinking mind and investigate? See, the decision is yours. But most Christians have been conditioned to either be afraid to use their critical thinking mind or just be lazy, right? You're just only going to listen to whatever is being told to you, all right, through your conditioning. So again, this is page 213. Next paragraph. While Luke still conclusively has the positive words that immediately upon their laying hand of Simon the Cyrenian. Let me read that again. While Luke still more conclusively has the positive words that immediately upon their laying hold of Simon the Cyrenian, they led Jesus away. So wait a minute. They grabbed Simon the Cyrenian and they led Jesus away. Well, Pontius Pilate already said that they found no wrong in Jesus and that he was going to let him go. He promised to let him go. That is, they got Jesus out of the crowd so that they stood leisurely by, and upon seeing poor Simon the Cyrenian, this Sabian Moor, this autochthonous man, they tucked him up in his place. He endeavored to comfort him. So Jesus endeavored to comfort Simon. Listen, y'all. They got him up out of the crowd. They got Jesus out of the crowd so that he stood leisurely by. Jesus is standing by watching. Jesus is standing by watching this whole thing go down. Jesus stood by and watched them grab Simon the Cyrenian. Watched them grab the Moor. And upon seizing poor Simon, tucked up in his place meaning they put Simon in the place of Jesus to fool the crowd, okay? They exchanged Simon for Jesus. The crowd did not know. This is what the author is saying. He, that is Jesus, endeavored to comfort Simon by assuring Simon that it was all a mistake. Quote unquote. Father, says he, addressing himself to old Simon, Father Simon, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Page 214. They think that it's me that they're crucifying. They think that it's me that they're crucifying. Father, Father, forgive them. They know not what they do. They're crucifying Simon, not me. But they've got you, Simon, right? But they've got you. Don't take it to heart, Simon. Don't be mad, Simon. You know you must die sometime. Simon, you know you got to die at some point or another. And it is quite as fair that you, Simon, should be crucified for my salvation as I for yours. So what's the hidden message in that? What's the hidden message? Aaron Rocca writes, Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Aaron writes, right, West crushed Billy in the debate. Okay, so Billy should have presented this information, okay, the astrological information to make his case. Why? Why? Because the scholars they just created documents. They created histories. They remix histories. Whatever they want to do, they can create a document and claim they found it. Okay? They can claim that it's authentic. Who's going to be the wiser? Right? But these astronomical remixes are plain as day. Plain as day. Plain as day. Okay, y'all? So go back and argue the grammar that the author just presented to you. Go back and argue that. All right? See where that gets you. That's page 213. Page 213. I'm going to read that paragraph again since I read your comment. And this is not even a drop in the bucket of the astrotheological evidence, okay? And upon these admissions, it is found in evidence that the absolute grammatical construction of the text, both Matthew, Mark, and Luke, that is, of 3 out of 4 of the Gospels, as read as it ought to be, in other words, reading it literally, as if you're in a court of law, a serious trial like a murder trial, is most positively and literally to this sense. In other words, this is the literal meaning of those sentences, quote unquote. Let's continue. It was not Jesus Christ, but Simon the Cyrenian who was crucified. For in each of these fatal sentences, there is no other accusative in relief to be governed of the verb they crucified, answering to the noun Simon the Cyrenian. So they crucified Simon the Cyrenian. End quote. Next quote. They found Simon. Him they compelled to bear his cross, to whom they gave vinegar to drink, and they crucified him. Simon they crucified. While Luke still more conclusively has the positive words that immediately upon their laying hold of Simon the Cyrenian, they led Jesus away. That is to say, they got Jesus out of the crowd, so that he stood leisurely by, so that Jesus stood by. And upon seeing poor Simon tucked up in his place, Jesus stood by while they grabbed Simon the Cyrenian and blamed him. Put those garbs on him. Okay? And this is Simon who Pilate said, behold the man. Okay? So JC stood by and watched that. So this is another problem with the morality of the Bible. Not the Bible, but of these Gospels. See, this is bad morality. Y'all see it? By assuring Simon that it was all a mistake. Sorry, bro. You know, quote unquote, Father, says he, addressing himself to old Simon, quote, Father Simon, forgive them, for they know not what they do. They think that it's me they're crucifying. They think that it's Jesus that they're crucifying. But they've got you. Don't take it to heart, Simon. Don't be mad at me, bro. You know, Simon, you have to die at some point. And it is quite fair that you should be crucified for my salvation. In other words, Simon is crucified to save Jesus. The more is crucified to save the hybrid. Y'all got that? And it is quite as fair that you, Simon, should be crucified for my salvation as I am for yours. Okay, y'all? So don't make a argument based upon doctrine. Go learn about the accusative verb form. Okay? And then reread the sentence. And you'll understand very clearly that JC was never crucified, but it was Simon the Cyrenian who was crucified. It was the Lord who was crucified to save Jesus, just as it is the circumpolar zodiac projection that has been crucified to bring forth the solar zodiac projection, so that the solarites, so that the hybrids, Yaqub and his boys, Genesis chapter 1, the created creature, Genesis chapter 1, verse 26 and 27, so that they could have full reign, jurisdiction over the autochthonous Moors, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. Do y'all understand? This is why light is said to be now wisdom, holiness, and everything else good. And darkness is said to be what? Evil and wicked and everything that's bad. Okay, y'all? Y'all ever hung out with some hybrids and they did some dirty stuff? They started committing crimes? Who are they going to blame it on? Who are they going to blame it on? I know from personal experience who they're going to blame it on. That's why I stopped hanging out with hybrids. Okay? Not just them, not just the people who committed the crime, but the policy enforcers too. Who blame it on you? Now that's my experience in life. Okay? So that the Moor takes the blame and the hybrid walks away scot-free. And JC was a hybrid. According to the story, right? His mother and the mythology was a hybrid. I know I'm offending a lot of y'all, but it's the truth. His mother is mermaid. In the mythology, she's a hybrid. In the Christian iconography, JC is a fish. Okay, sucking on the breast of his mother, the Virgin Mary, who is a mermaid. Okay, this traces back to the Raphael. Now remember, there's levels of this. There's levels of this, right? So the mermaid and the sea traces back to the celestial abyss. The celestial abyss, the celestial what? Ocean, the celestial sea. And Mary traces back to the solar zodiac projection, Virgo. But Virgo traces back to the circumpolar zodiac, which is the Great Mother Typhoon. And everything is good there. So do y'all see this? Oh, by the way, the Great Mother Typhoon, let me read this to y'all. Make this clear. Okay, Celestial Ship of the North, Volume 1, page 21. I'm going to read that first paragraph. Y'all take a look at that. First paragraph. Okay, so let's deal with it. The 7 stars of the Great Bear, this is the modern day Big Dipper. This is the celestial ship of the North celestial pole region, circumpolar zodiac, okay guys? So the 7 stars of the Great Bear were also called the bringers forth. The bringers forth of what? Perennial time. That means time originates there. And creations. So there's no such thing as a creation, The laws of thermodynamics tell us energy cannot be created nor destroyed. This energy is mind, intelligence, consciousness, okay? Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can only be transformed. All right? So not creations, but transformations and reproductions, okay? All right. Creators, these are the 7 stars that make up the Great Bear. Creators of the first form taken in space. Quote unquote. Thus time and space. Space is the great abyss, the boundless abyss, right? The celestial ocean, the celestial sea. Thus time and space were figured as a circle. Circle 7, y'all. 7 stars that make up the Great Bear. The circle, the revolutions around the pole, circles, cycles. Circle 7. Okay? So thus, time and space were figured as a circle by placing a boundary around that which was boundless. Y'all got that? This is reality. Reality, right? Time, space were figured, reality was figured as a circle. Circle 7. By placing a boundary around that which was boundless. In ancient times, the body of this constellation, the Great Bear, was nearer the North Pole, North Celestial Pole. And, listen y'all, and as the tail of the Great Bear moved around the North Pole, it was said strongly to resemble a pointer, like the hand of a clock, a time teller. So the tail of the Great Bear in the north, which is the source of all beginnings, all movements, all cycles, and life from which we come from, is the minute hand of a clock, right? As the tail revolved around the pole. Y'all got it? He continues. Typhoon, this is the Great Mother Typhoon. Typhoon in the north, celestial pole region, and Soot, S-U-T, who becomes Sevic Cronus, who gets remixed further into the planet Saturn. Saturn gets remixed further into Hashatan, Satan, the devil. Typhoon in the north and Soot in the south celestial pole region were likened to the 2 hands of a clock. Clock of destiny. The clock of destiny, which C.M. Bay wrote about in the Clock of Destiny, Volume 1 and 2. Okay, y'all? The bear being the pointer hand, the minute hand, and Soot the dog star in the south, the hour hand of the clock. Remember, all prophecy, y'all, all prophecy is astrological, the ability to read the stars. By ability, I mean being literate. You can read the stars. Okay, read it just like a book. That's a skill set. Just like you read English or you read Spanish. So Soot the dog star. Notice dog is God spelled backwards. D-O-G. Dog is God. Well, God is dog spelled backward. Okay? G-O-D is dog. All right? Y'all see it? Now, you can also relate this to the little dog as in the little black Moors. The little dog, the little Moors, right, y'all? That's how they spoke about us, to degrade us, to humiliate, to make mockery of us. The little dog in The Wizard of Oz. The little dog pulls the curtain back and exposes that little hybrid standing there pulling levers on machines using technology to do what? Control the mind through fear. Okay, y'all? To control the mind using technology to create fear in the hearts and the mind of the people. Okay, y'all? That's how he rules, through technology and fear. Pretending, making himself appear to be a god. Okay, y'all? Everybody sees what's happening here? Typhoon in the north and Soot in the south were likened to two hands of a clock, the bear being the pointer hand, the bear being the minute hand, and Soot the dog star, the hour hand, clock of destiny. Pythagoras calls the two bears, that's a great bear and the lesser bear, Big Dipper, Little Dipper today. Pythagoras calls them what, y'all? The two hands of the Gynamatrix. The two hands of the Gynamatrix. So the circumpolar zodiac is the Gynamatrix, is the womb. That's where we come from. Y'all see it? Now, but that's not what I wanted to show you. That's part of it. Give me 1 second. All right, page 11. So y'all see these are my go-to pages, right? I'm always going to these pages. Why? Because all of this stuff is repetitive. Egyptians called it Sais. And Proclus remarks, quote unquote, it partakes of a particular emanation from God. This is the Garden of Eden, the North Pole itself. I was looking for that the last lesson or two ago. This is page 11. So the Garden of Eden is the circumpolar zodiac projection, the North Pole itself. The North that was called sacred, y'all hear that? The North Celestial Pole was called sacred. The home of the constellation of the Great Bear, the Genetrix, quote unquote, the Genetrix, whose seven stars that make up the Great Bear, y'all count them. Look at Elijah Muhammad's, look at his fez. He has the Big Dipper, which is the Great Bear. On his fez, count the stars. 7 stars of the Great Bear, whose 7 stars were the sailors who watched over and ever will watch over the celestial sea. This is the great abyss. Beautiful for situation. The joy of the whole earth, Mount Zion, Zion Law School. Mount Zion on the side of the north, on the side of the celestial north. This is a quotation from Psalms 48:2 or 68:2. Y'all check it, look it up, okay? Next paragraph. The abyss in Egypt is the name of the north, and the original mother of this abyss, which was space, was called Typhoon, the mother of beginnings, the mother of the fields of heaven, the mother of revolutions, which are what? Cycles of time, as well as the mother of gods and men. Of gods and men. Okay? All right? Moors, autochthonous Moors, do you see where you come from? This is why you are inseparable from land. This is why you are the substance and subject matter of the law. Okay? This is page 11, y'all. Remember, 11, these are the two pillars, the equinoctial pillars. The covenant of grace, which is the fall equinox, and the covenant of labor, which is the vernal or spring equinox, okay? Make your correlations. As well as the mother of gods and men. See, men are sons, sons with a womb and sons without a womb. She was later made, so this is a remix, y'all. She was later made goddess of the constellation of the Great Bear, mother goddess. This is the mythology that we're getting into. And her first son was called Sut, the dog star in the south. Okay? It is here in the mystical allegory, born amongst the stars, that we find the origin of the Immaculate Conception. Y'all see it? You read down the paragraph, you're going to see where this is the beginning of religion. All right? Let's read the first footnote. This mother of revolutions, the Great Mother Typhoon, was called the producer and reproducer of souls, S-O-U-L-S, or gods, lowercase g, who were self-born, who came from the cycles, the cycles of time, the revolutions, created by the revolution of the stars of the Great Bear. They were later known, that means remix, they were later known as spirits of the gods. And in another phase, that means later remixed into what, y'all? Planetary spirits. Helios means sun, S-U-N, Helios, the S-U-N sun god. Helios, the sun god, was born in the cycles of the S-U-N sun hyphen the light. Keep that in mind. Now, let's go see what that means. Okay, here we are. Page 7 and 8. Oops, no, page, page 9. The first paragraph. Only 3 lines. Read that. Can y'all see it? All right. Here we go, y'all. So at Sais, that's the Great Mother Typhoon, at Sais, she was bespangled with stars. Oh, sounds like the Star Spangled Banner, right? The blue background, the 5-pointed stars, the red and the white stripes, they have celestial meaning. At Sais, she was bespangled with stars. It comes out of Egypt, okay? And there she gave her mystic message. I am. The Great Mother Typhoon says, I am. Well, wait a minute. This is the same thing that the Tetragrammaton, Yahweh, Jove, Yahoo, right? Jehovah, Yahuwah. He says, I am. But this was at a time before the Tetragrammaton was even a thought in somebody's mind. The Tetragrammaton is a remix of the Great Mother Typhoon. The Tetragrammaton, feminine in its origin, or primarily feminine, right? Its energy was feminine. Of course, it's just mythological. It was feminine until the Solarites came in and brought in the worship of the Father, the patriarchy. Then the Tetragrammaton all of a sudden becomes masculine, okay? Which is why you are not allowed to pronounce it. That's where that comes from. Now you know. Now you know. Because if you could pronounce it, you would know from the pronunciation, the spelling, and from the spelling, you would know that it's feminine, grammatically feminine, okay? Grammatically feminine. Remember, we're not talking about vagina and penis. Okay, y'all? Hope y'all are beginning to see more clearly how you've been played intellectually. How you've been blinded by that Christ juice. Okay? So the Great Mother says this mystical message: I am all that is. I am all that have been. I am all that will forever be. Now notice this, and my veil, no mortal, no man have drawn aside. You don't know me. I haven't shown you my face. Notice this is the point. The fruit that I brought forth was the S-U-N Son. The fruit that I brought forth was the S-U-N Son. Y'all got that? So we have our sun in the earth, right? But there are other suns. There are other suns. Okay? There are other suns. But this hybrid perverted that. Okay, so what does the hybrid do? The hybrid has the son exterminate his mother. Not only that, but even in the story, when you learn the astrology of it, the hybrid has the son committing incest with its mother or his mother. Okay, y'all? But anyway, let's keep going because that's just part of it. Part of what I want you to see. Next paragraph. She, that is the Great Mother Typhoon, has been imaged as intensely black. Intensely black. Her bosom bare, crowned with a golden pyramid, about which twine an immense serpent. Serpent has been remixed into what, y'all? The devil, right? Night and darkness belong as symbols to very great antiquity. Of course, because we attributed everything good and beautiful and holy. The creation of movement and time, anything that's good and perfect, we attribute it to night and darkness. This is the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers, okay? This is the original way we reckon time and reality. Let's continue. About which twine an immense serpent, night and darkness belong as symbols to very great antiquity. A superabundance of darkness metaphysically is light. Light is what, y'all? Metaphysically, in the solar zodiac projection, wisdom and knowledge, everything that's good. Light is the product of the Escheat Sun in the solar zodiac and in the solar religions like Christianity and Judaism. Let's continue. Quote unquote, darkness adopted illumination, darkness adopted light in order to make itself visible. This is a quotation from Robert Flood, who's a famous astrologist, okay? I'm trying to show y'all what's happening in the gospel as far as the autochthonous Moors. Trying to show you the hidden meaning, or one of the hidden meanings of these verses, okay? He continues, out from the boundless abyss of darkness, acted upon by divine power, came the holy light. Paracelsus called the sidereal light the astral light, the reflection of the great Immaculate Mother. See, it was the Immaculate Mother, not the Immaculate Son. Initially, that's a remix. To whom the name of the astral light had been given. A name never given to the Father, never given to the Tetragrammaton. Okay, y'all? Never given to Yahoo. Never given to a fatherless son. It was never given to JC the Christ figure or any other solar son of God. Okay? So it was never given to the fatherless son of the Immaculate Mother. The Immaculate Mother, remember, is the great typhoon. The fatherless son is Soot, S-U-T. We're in the circumpolar zodiac. Who was placed on the physical plane, Soot, S-U-T, was placed on the physical plane as the lowest of the manifestations. Oh, wait a minute. So how do we get a patriarchy when it is said that the sun is the lowest? How is it that now the woman is the lowest? Y'all see it? Now let's continue. This is going to be the last. I'm going to do two more quotations. 2, astral light. Footnote 2, astral light. Light derived from the stars. Our ancestors reckoned time based upon the stars. Reckoned time and reality based upon the stars, not the S-U-N, sun. A light only perceived psychically. Look at the footnote. A light only perceived psychically. Can y'all see that? Let me see. I'll try to put it in the middle of the screen. So what does it mean, a light only perceived psychically? Well, let me give you a bit of history here. So the hybrids say that the autochthonous Moors got their knowledge of the cosmos because they were cosmically connected, like an animal having an instinct. We didn't use intelligence according to them. We had a cosmic connection. In other words, we perceived the light through our cosmic connection to the stars. Had nothing to do with intelligence. Do y'all see this? So it's a subtle, backhanded way of acknowledging our divinity. When I say divinity, I don't mean God like in religion. I'm talking about who we are. We are celestial. Okay? That's why we're cosmically connected. That's why we understand this astral light. We get these downloads, and it has nothing to do with anything that you might be thinking in terms of race and skin complexion. It has to do with whether you are thought made manifest from the soil or not, whether you are autochthonous or not. If you're autochthonous, you are a Moor. Period, plain, simple, end of discussion. And I'm talking about lawful definition because land means more. Land is synonymous with more. And it is a well-established principle in law that land and law are inseparable. That Moors and law are inseparable. Therefore, Moors are the substance and subject matter of the law. Therefore, if you don't even much know who you is, you don't know your nationality, You don't have any birthrights. Birthrights are rights that you're born with. Y'all see? Now, these evolutionists, they can deny the existence of a God. They're right. But they cannot deny your existence. Do you see that? I'm standing here right in front of you. You're standing there right in front of somebody else. How can you deny it? If you deny it, well, what? You're not in your right mind. If someone denies that you're standing there talking to them, or you're standing there, you're present in full life, if they deny that, oh, well, they're not dealing with reality well, right? So they're what? They're incompetent. So you can sit here and argue and deny God all day. Most people, they don't have the knowledge to be able to argue for or against that. But if you know who you are, well then, hey, here I is, ugly as ever. What did Biggie Smalls say? Y'all see my point, okay? So if you know who you are, then you can enforce the Constitution using the Treaty of Peace and Friendship 1836. By the way, y'all can get all of these documents that I'm talking about. You can learn civics, how to defend yourself, how to take back your birthright. Just go to enforcetheconstitution.org and you can download all of those documents. You can get a consultation with the Consul General. You can do whatever you want to do. It's all there. So I'm not hiding anything, okay? And I'm not trying to take credit for anybody's work. That's the Consul General Lamont Maurice L. work, and he's making it available to everybody. So I'm going to tell y'all, go get it. It's free and it's reliable, okay, y'all? The court cases are real. Okay, y'all? So go do that. So now I hope y'all see that Simon the Cyrenian being crucified instead of JC, well, there's another story associated with that, which is the Moor carrying the bag for the hybrid. Let me show y'all. Let me show you this image, and then I'm going to keep going. I'm going to go back to the topic, okay? We're still on the topic, but I'm going to go back to the book, is what I mean. I want to show y'all this image. Now you understand better what this means, right? Y'all see that? That's JC, the Christ figure, coming back in the clouds. Got the rainbow around his head, which are 7 orbits. So this is the 7 planets. Okay, JC, the head, in the center, that's the sun. Okay? This is John the Revelator, rather. Okay? Now look what's in Jesus' hand. That's a denationalized Moor. He has his head, where's his head, y'all? His head is in Aries, the Lamb of God. Y'all see that? His eyes are closed. He's asleep. He's civilly dead. He's in the curses. And who is he being? He's being given to who? He's been given to the Christians. Y'all see that? Is that a bill of sale, y'all? JC is giving this hybrid the denationalized Moor who's asleep. Got his head in Aries. Do y'all see that? All right. So he's got the mindset of the Solarites. His mind in Christianity or Judaism. Y'all see it? Or the solar Zodiac projection. Y'all see it? Now, this picture looks like the picture that we have of Noble Darrell-El, doesn't it? Where he's carrying the Moabite woman out of the waters, okay? And she sleep, okay? Y'all see how this is remixed? Y'all see the meaning? So is this a bill of sale? Is it a bill of pains and suffering? Is it a bill of attainder? No matter whatever it is, okay, that Jesus juice is giving you the more to the hybrid. All right, Simon the Cyrenian represents the more and also the circumpolar zodiac projection. Okay, y'all? Is it clear? The circumpolar zodiac projection destroyed by the Osirians, replaced with the solar zodiac projection and the Christian religions, and of course the SUN sun being quote unquote God. All right? Okay, so let's get back to it. So page 214. We're only, hold on, y'all. Okay, so page 214, second paragraph. Jesus would have been resigned to the will of God, would have met his death with fortitude, as knowing that it was all a hoax, and that he should be none the worse for it a day or two after. In other words, Jesus knew he's immortal. He can't die. So all of this suffering, there's no need for it, because if you can't die, you can't die. You can't be immortal, but then you can die. Simon the Cyrenian was nabbed up according to the historical story. So JC, according to the author, knows that this was all a hoax. Let's continue. Man, that fly is bugging me. Hold on, y'all. I skipped the paragraph. I missed a paragraph, okay? Hold on. So the first paragraph on the page. And that they really had got the wrong man. They got Simon the Cyrenian. That is, if they had got any man at all, is rendered still further probable. Maybe this didn't even happen at all, is what the author means. By the very different behavior of the person whom they had seized by mistake, from that which we should naturally have expected from the meek and holy Jesus. In other words, before this happened, Jesus had the energy of he's willing to die for his Father, to do his Father's will. But when he gets put up there on that cross, all of a sudden, he's asking for, when he gets up on that cross, he don't have that same energy anymore. This is what the author is talking about, okay? So why did his energy change? Okay, so the text is showing that his energy changed because that wasn't JC on the cross. So the message to the secret society member is commit all the crimes you want. Blame it on the Moor. Blame it on the denationalized Moor. Blame it on the nigger. Okay, and you shall be what? Set free. You will be set free. Y'all see it? Blame it on the Moor. Blame your crime on the Moor. HIV is caused by who? Other black people. You name anything, they say it's, who's the cause? The black people. The denationalized Moors. Okay? Next paragraph. Jesus would have been resigned to the will of his God. Now, I agree with that. If it was really him on the cross, his character would have been just to go through with it without complaint or begging, or without trying to get out of it. Let me put it that way. He would have met his death with fortitude, as knowing that it was all a hoax, and that he should be none the worse for it the day after, or a day or two after. He would have set us an example of that faith and that joy and peace in believing, which we are told always accompanies the dying scenes of the faithful. Where it sure didn't accompany him, did it? But the wretch, listen y'all, but the wretch who was substituted in Jesus' place, either the chief Barabbas or Simon the Cyrenian, whichever it was a blasphemous infidel and groaned out his guilty soul in the most frightful ejaculation of despair and blasphemy, quote unquote. Listen, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Now, the Christian doctrine that I was taught when I was in Christianity is that the Tetragrammaton fully removed his Holy Spirit from Jesus. So Jesus had to suffer alone without the Holy Spirit. So that's what Jesus meant. I don't know what your doctrine in the religion you may have been involved with teaches, but that's how they nigga explain that. So let's keep it going. Could this be Jesus? Could this be Jesus, this despairing wretch? This conscience-stricken coward? Isn't that what they call the Negroes or indigenous people, autochthonous people, cowards? Right, y'all? Doesn't it ring a bell? This blaspheming ingrate? It is possible. I should rather think it was the devil himself. Hold on, y'all. As certainly, if divine justice required that somebody should suffer for our sins. Why? Why does somebody need to suffer for the sins? Who's so fit to suffer as the devil? Who had been the cause of them? Who has been the cause of these sins? So if anybody should suffer for sins, if somebody needs to suffer for sins, justice tells you that the person who is the cause of the sins should be the one who suffers. Y'all see the bad morality here? Okay? Why doesn't the devil suffer? Why Jesus, a perfect man, according to the story, suffer? Why Simon the Cyrenian? Or it was possible that it could have been Barabbas, Chief Barabbas. Why should they suffer? They're not the cause of it. Right? They're not. That's a violation of the Hermetic Laws. The law of cause and effect. Okay, y'all see it? So let's continue. And who so unfit to suffer as poor Jesus, who has done all he could to prevent our sinning. Y'all see, this is a perversion of justice, but it's hidden. It's hidden. With this sense of reading of the matter, comports the whole theory the whole theory of Christian doctrine. As you will find, the holy apostle Paul most emphatically declaring that the very essence and definition of gospel preaching consisted of this, quote unquote, we preach Jesus Christ and him crucified. We preach Jesus Christ and him. Simon the Cyrenian, crucified. That is, not that Jesus Christ was crucified. Who but a fool could have thought so? The fool is the one who doesn't know the accusative form of the verb, can't read. But Jesus Christ, the one person, and him that was crucified was another. It was Simon the Cyrenian, or possibly Chief Barabbas, okay? And the apostle therefore preached them both. And here it is in the Greek. Okay? The author continues. We are therefore called upon as Christians to have a thankful remembrance of the death of him. A thankful remembrance of the death of him that was crucified. That is, we are glad of it. We're glad that Simon the Cyrenian, the Moor, was crucified. It served him right. And the devil take him. Whereas it would have been our duty to be exceedingly sorry for the circumstance. It would have been your duty to be sorry for what happened to him. Had it been poor Jesus. But it ain't poor Jesus. You ain't got no reason to feel sorry. That N word deserves it. Okay? Had it been poor Jesus that had been crucified, what does Jesus represent? Jesus represents the light. Light, paleness. Okay? Light, brilliance, shining. Remix that down to pale or translucent complexion. Make it into white is everything good, angels and God, and black, everything evil, devils and demons. Okay, y'all? Y'all see it? Circumpolar zodiac, devils and demons, black. Solar zodiac, white, God, angels. Okay, God? Okay? This is the remix. hybrids good and white, autochthonous men and women, evil and black. Okay? So let's continue. Deserving of punishment. And the apostle, therefore, I read that. Whereas it would have been our duty to be exceedingly sorry for the circumstance had it been poor Jesus, had it been a hybrid, feel sorry for him, that had been crucified. As most certainly it was not Jesus. Y'all see the perversion of justice here? Making the autochthonous man or woman pay for the crime of the hybrid. We too find, upon further inquiry into the matter, that all that the blessed J.C. had to do with the cross was not to bear the cross himself, but to get Simon the Cyrenian to bear the cross for him. That was the only thing J.C. had to do with it. I noticed that nobody's commenting now. What happened to your comments now? Feel free to put your comments about the author's presentation. Nobody's commenting now. What happened? Where'd that energy go? Not that he suffered a defeat, but that he gained a victory. Y'all hear that? Not that JC suffered a defeat, but JC gained a victory. Not that he was nailed to a cross, but that he himself nailed, but that JC himself nailed or caused to be nailed to the cross. The chariography, there's a footnote. It gives us a Greek word, refers to Colossians 2, chapter 14. So we're going to have to look at that, okay? So JC nailed himself, or he caused to be nailed to the cross, or handwriting that was against us. Wow. Nailing it, says the apostle, to his cross. So you see, it was not the nail that was in his hand, but the hammer. There's another footnote that reads, in the indictment. Okay, so let's continue reading. He was not the vanquished, but the victor. He did not suffer, JC did not suffer, but he triumphed on the cross by getting the autochthonous Moor to pay for his crime. And then he come out of it looking like a hero. The same way Joseph, in the story about Pharaoh and Joseph, how they stripped the people of their wealth, of their birthright, and they come out of the story looking like a hero. And the victims, that's right, I call them victims, and the victims are said to see Joseph and Pharaoh as having saved them, when actually they used economic principles. They cornered the market and deceived the people through a dream into giving Pharaoh, through fear, giving Pharaoh all their wealth and eventually even their liberty and freedom, sold themselves into bondage to Pharaoh. Now, what kind of loving person and a loving God would strip you of everything you have, your animals, your crops, your land, during a time of famine? But yet he says he loves you. But if he loves you, why did he make you give up your crops, your land, your animals, and then ultimately sell yourself into bondage to him? Is that the thing that a loving man or woman does? No, it's not. But they romanticize the story. And you cannot see it because you've been sipping on that Jesus juice your whole life. You got eyes to see but can't perceive, ears to hear but cannot understand. Why? So that you will not be able to repent and you will forever be a debtor in commerce. In other words, you will not be saved. In religion, they say you burn in hell. Mark chapter 4, verse 12, I think that is. Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second. All right, y'all. So let's keep it going. How long have we been going? Oh, shit. Shoot. 3 hours and 49 minutes. Someone writes, this poor guy has lost his mind. So, Aaron Roca writes, Jesus Christ is the Son of God. If y'all gonna comment about what we're talking about, okay? Add something to the discussion, not what you feel and what, you know, your religious doctrine. There's really no place for that here. This is not church. This is not the temple or the synagogue. Okay, this is, I'm giving a class lecture. It has nothing to do with religion or religious belief. Absolutely nothing to do with that. Okay, in fact, this is a civics lesson. This is a lesson on natural law. Natural law between intelligent men and women, intelligent beings. You have the capacity to know what's right, the difference between right and wrong. This is a lesson on natural law. You can see how the religion It's harming people. Let me restate that. You can see how the doctrines being promoted by the religious leaders per Jeremiah 8:8, okay, have the effect of harming, injuring people, okay, through one of the ways is birthright death. What's the civics of that? Bills of attainder, bills of pain and suffering. Okay? What else? What else? Is stealing people's right to due process of law. Stealing it. That results in an injury. All right? Y'all see that? Preventing people from having accurate information. In other words, giving people deceitful, intentionally deceitful information. That's fraud. This is a civics lesson. This is not religious, this is not a church or a religious sermon. No, this is fraud. Okay, y'all? This is called the Old Testament and the New Testament. We're dealing with contract law. Contract law. Hold on. It's not called the Judeo-Christian legal system for nothing. Okay? We're dealing with civics. Come on. Can I have ice? Ice, please. Ice, please. Ice. Yeah, ice. Okay, so no more expressions about your faith and your doctrine. This is not the place for that. All right? Thank you. How do you say this in Vietnamese? Ice. English is ice, this one.
Ice.
Yeah, what is it in Vietnamese? Da? Da.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Ice is da in Vietnamese. So since you now know that, you can also understand why natural law, the Hermetic Laws, natural law, astronomy, which was changed to become astrology, we're talking about international law. All right? International law. And the MO of how these secret society members operate. Right? They put something out that makes it look like it's something good for you. You can gain some short-term immediate advantage by doing what they want you to do or doing what they suggest you do, or them dropping those cuckoo bird eggs into your psyche. And you think you're going to get a benefit. Right? But behind the scenes, there's a double meaning. And you're going to be the loser. And they're using law to do it. They're using nature, the Hermetic laws, against you while themselves violating natural law. Y'all see it? But getting you to consent, knowingly or unknowingly, to reduce their cosmic debt. In other words, to extend your suffering. Okay? And put that burden of responsibility more on you than them. Okay, y'all? All right. So when you say this guy, what is this? ISA 87. This guy has lost his mind. Are you talking about the author of this book? The Reverend Robert Taylor? Are you talking about somebody who's commenting? Or are you talking about me? I'm Dr. Yasapa from Zion Law School, or are you talking about the author of The Devil's Pulpit? My gosh. It was really not worth reading your comment because you have not expressed yourself clearly. Okay, y'all? So keep the comments relevant to the discussion. No religious stuff. All right, we're on page 215. All right, first paragraph, page 215. Nor is it ever said in any part of the gospel that J.C. the Christ figure showed himself alive after his death. It's never said that, according to the author, which we know was impossible. Yeah, the logical mind tells you it's impossible. You've never seen it. You don't know anybody who's seen it. I mean, a dead man coming to life again. Let me rephrase that. Somebody who's been dead 3 days. Let's be specific. A man or a woman who's been dead 3 days, now coming to life again. All right, so let's continue. The strongest expression of all being that in the first of the Acts of the Apostles that, quote unquote, he showed himself alive after his passion. He showed himself alive after his passion. Well, what is passion? And what does it mean to show himself alive? When is after? Okay, so he gives us the Greek. He says not this Greek word, but the other Greek phrase, as the Greek would have been had it meant after his death. But after his passion. Now that's a great point. Why doesn't it say after his death? You would think that they would want to be as precise and clear as possible regarding the death and resurrection of Christ. So why would they say after his passion instead of after his death? Well, I have a possible answer, because initially it said after his passion. And then they edited it in the future to say after his death. Y'all got it? So let's continue. Had it meant after his death, but after his passion, and that was to hinder him from showing himself alive after his passion. A man may put himself into a passion. Y'all got that? A man may put himself into a passion, I hope, and put himself out of that passion again without breaking a blood vessel. In other words, I'm passionate about flying airplanes. And then 10 years into the future, I'm no longer passionate about flying airplanes. Okay, I'm passionate about dying for the Father. And when it comes down to dying for the Father, all of a sudden I'm not passionate anymore. Okay? And I'm colluding with Pontius Pilate to get out of this situation because Pilate knows I'm innocent. And Pilate wants to release me. So I sit by and I watch the Roman soldiers nab a Moor named Simon the Cyrenian. And they put those garbs on him, and then Pilate says, he's a Moor. He ain't got a soul. He's beyond saving. He can't go to heaven. Right? So he presents this Moor who's hidden to the people and says, behold the man. All right, and then Simon the Cyrenian carries a cross and he gets crucified. JC looks on at the matter and then makes his escape. Shows up 3 days later. Look at me. Okay, y'all? Anyway, let's continue. Page 215. And when the Jews wanted to kill him, JC, and actually did kill Simon the Cyrenian or somebody else, could have been Chief Barabbas, whom they mistook for him, allegedly, right? It was enough to try the patience of Job himself. In other words, the author is saying, wake up. Use your intelligent, critical thinking mind. Look at the evidence, okay? Stop letting them play you. Next paragraph. We are not, therefore, so to confound all grammar and words, to confuse all grammar and words and all reason and ideas as to take JC, the Christ figure, and him crucified for only one person. When words cannot be plainer to the sense, when words cannot be plainer to the meaning, then there were two. And two the most distinct and opposed, that any words, whatever could describe to be distinct and opposed. The author is telling you, you need to understand the grammar, the accusative form, the objective form. You need to understand this. And then go back and read the sentence. Don't confuse the grammar. Y'all know that if you change the grammar rules, you can change a sentence by changing grammar rules. A good example of that is in Genesis chapter 1. It's in Genesis chapter 1. It talks about Adam. That Adam is an hermaphrodite. I didn't make it up. When I realized it and I started researching it, I saw the rabbis know about this. Okay? So let's continue. JC was the person who certainly was in a passion. But him crucified was the person who put him into the passion. And JC, the Christ figure, is certainly and as clearly defined as the person who was not crucified as the other fellow. Quote unquote. Him crucified is the other fellow, Simon the Cyrenian, is defined as the person that was him that was crucified. Now you understand the Apostle Paul. When Apostle Paul said, we preach Jesus Christ and him crucified. We preach Jesus Christ and Simon the Cyrenian, who was crucified. Okay? We preach the hybrid, committing crimes, fraud, okay, violating the natural law of do no harm, no injury, the hybrid violating that, and their Moorish minions, and then getting away scotch-free by blaming it on the Moor. That's what we see in the historical record. Anybody who looks like me know that. You know it. Nobody has to tell you that what I'm telling you, that what I'm saying is the truth, right? And here again, as in 10,000 instances, you find that it is him who they call the devil's chaplain. This is the author, the Reverend Robert Taylor. After all, who is the only faithful preacher of the gospel. Why is he telling you that he's the only faithful preacher of the gospel? Because at that time, he was the only one teaching people this information, teaching people the astrological origin of the Gospels. Okay, y'all, he was the only one doing it. And they crucified him, right? Almost killed him. Almost killed him. So last paragraph on page 215. God has made me what none of the fellows as the other shops, the other churches are. Quote, an able minister of the New Testament. Isn't that interesting? There's a lot of people who, I'm going to bring myself into it, because I reveal this information, because I'm teaching the astral theology of it, not just at the New Testament and in the book of the law and the prophets and all of that, biblioheliothex. There is astrology. I'm teaching that, and I do a really good job at it. That's a solar zodiac projection, but I also teach, I go further than that. And a lot of people don't like me for that, probably even hate me, that I'm teaching about the circumpolar zodiac, which is the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers. There's a lot of people who got out of these solar religions, and they found a home for themselves in the solar zodiac projection with the 12 zodiac signs, 12 constellations. And now here I am talking about the circumpolar zodiac. They might see me the same way that a Christian or a Hebrew Israelite Christian sees me, as a blasphemer. You understand? So the author says here, God has made me what none of the fellows as the other shops are, quote unquote, an able-bodied minister of the New Testament. I alone, says the author, do truly answer the apostolistic character. I alone, of all the bishops and priests in this miserable, be bishoped and be priested and be Hebrew Israelited metropolitus, the city, do preach, quote unquote, Jesus Christ and him crucified, and Simon the Cyrenian crucified, and the circumpolar zodiac projection crucified, and the mindset of our ancient foremothers and forefathers crucified. Circle 7, clock of destiny, do no injury, do no harm. I alone am the able-bodied minister preaching that. Whereas they have run away with but half the story. See, these other preachers, according to the author, They're only telling you half the story, which is not the real story. They're giving you the dogmatic religion, the trash, the garbage, the boo-boo and the urine. Whereas they have run away with but half the story, and that the wrong half. They have represented him, that is him, JC the Christ figure, as crucified. They lied to you. Who was never crucified. And him as dead, who, as St. Luke says, quote unquote, did show himself by means, let me repeat that, quote unquote, did show himself by many infallible proofs to be alive. See, we took that as being dead and have come back to life. But the author is saying, no, this really means he showed himself by many infallible proofs to be alive, that he never died. Y'all understand? How long have I been going? 4 hours, wow, 4 hours and 11 minutes. Oh, that's 6. 4 plus 1 is 5, plus 1 is 6. So I'm going to stop right there with the 6. All right. Assalamu alaikum. Shalom Islam to all the Moors. Y'all pass this on to what's the brother's name? Billy Carson. All right, email it to him or whatever. Tell him he needs to get this book. All right. And there's much more to the story, y'all. We stopped at page 216. The chapter ends on page 222. So we're going to come back. Maybe I'll come back within 12 or 24 hours. All right. And hopefully we can finish it up. Okay? Get the whole story. Islam to all the Moors. I, self-law, am master. Shalawama. Assalamu alaikum.